Well, okay, we are live, and I want to welcome you all to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield. And today we have Samuel Hofman with us and a very special guest, which is Andy Poole. And he is from the UK, and him and Sam go way back. So I'm looking forward to
Yay,
hearing.
Andy from the
I'm looking forward
UK.
to hearing, all their connections and everything. So anyway, welcome everybody. And how are you doing, Andy?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Well,
Doing
I'm
well.
happy you're with us. We've been
Yeah.
talking about this for a while, and
Yeah,
we made it happen. So thank
Yeah.
you for joining us.
Is that the wife in the background?
Can you see her?
No, I just I no. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Cool.
yeah.
No, I just heard her talking pre-show, and I was
Yeah,
going
it
to say
was.
hi to her and
Right.
you
She
know,
could be on camera.
He's listening.
congratulations
Hiya.
on your new marriage and all that, and your new home and everything else. And we'll leave the personal details out. But hi, nice to meet you back there, and
Yes.
wonderful you're here, and I'm glad that I'm thrilled that Andy's here today. I am because we talk regularly in PM,
Yeah.
but we never actually
Never on the
speak to each other
speak.
verbally.
No.
And can't wait to hear what you have to say from your points of view and your opinion for everybody.
Mm-hmm. I know. I mean, Sam, this is something that you and I have talked about for a long time. I was telling Andy that, how we talked about doing a show and that just seemed almost impossible. Yet here we are. And then you talked about how we'd have guests and, get their opinions and, because they have a lot to do with everything, everybody, how they found you, how they learned this information. So one by one, we're going to get them on here.
That's how this everything has grown, is because of everybody's opinion and work. And like Andy's constantly sending me some fantastic information, and then I have to look at it from his point of view. And so I think people should also verbally hear other people's points of view too, because to know I'm not this crazy guy doing crayon drawings. I get teased over. And by the way, I use colored pencils from England, from the UK. Best pencils I ever had. Yeah.
I believe. Yeah. No. What brand are they? I'm curious. Do you know?
I don't know. And there's just this logo on the package, and it's like a lion or something. I'd have to actually look at it, but I never found a name, because had I would have actually tried to find that corporation and order more, because these what used to be 7-inch long pencils are now about half the size. So because I use them and I'm sharpening them, and I mean, they're fantastic colored pencils. I've never had anything in comparison in the United States today. And we go through a lot of art supplies in the Hofman household, because both my daughters are drawers, and of course one of them is a digital drawer, and the other one likes to do painting and pencils and cartoons, and she's really into anime, and Nova is a extremely good digital artist. Cool. And I keep wanting her to do stuff for me, but she goes, "No, Dad, I'm playing such and such a game with my friends." And it's like, okay, teenager. So anyway,
that's typical. I know. I had to get my son in here to help me get my speakers to working. I couldn't get anything to play earlier, but I had to tear him away. So
yeah, us older folks who don't know technology.
That's me. I'm serious. That's when I first got this laptop. I was thinking I still had a lot of experience from when I used to work, but 10 years had gone by and a lot's changed.
Right.
And it was very intimidating for a long time, and I didn't know what to do with everything.
Every time I learn something, it changes.
Yeah. That's it. So we have.
Okay.
Let's see who we have with us. We have Carol Ann. Hi, Carol Ann. I love that name. I love the Ann part. My middle name is Suzanne, so it's similar. And we have Mary Daniel, and she's asking, she says, have you seen what Eric Briggs has found in Michigan? Do you know what she's talking about?
No, not right off. I don't think I know Eric. Sounds semi-familiar, but I don't know Eric Briggs's work.
Yeah. I'm not familiar either. She'll have to fill us in.
I've heard of him before.
Eric?
I have heard of him. I've heard of him before. Eric Briggs. I think he's got a very deep voice.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. I think he's on YouTube.
Is okay.
I think
Well,
he's
I'm
on YouTube.
curious. I'm going to have to find out now that
Yeah.
Yeah, type in what he does. And is this about the giants and the prehistory Indian civilizations and all? It could be.
it's
I'm
angry
just guessing.
catfish. Angry
Angry
catfish.
Catfish, yeah.
Yeah, well, I know of angry catfish.
Yeah, that's who Eric Briggs is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, angry catfish agrees with some of our information, but is unfortunately sidetracked by a lot of shall we say human info, internet info, and I've tried to communicate with them, but they have a tendency to want to ignore me and argue, and so I just go back to work and do my thing and pump out what we have and run our business and let them do theirs. I guess I can't correct everybody. I'm not going to down their work, but I'm not going to agree with it.
Yeah, he was difficult with me also. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people get caught up in what they've learned and they have a level of belief, and I honor them for that, for their integrity in their beliefs.
Sure.
But our information, of course, has been compiled through multiple sources, not just merely my opinion, nor the things that I learned off the internet, and a lot of it comes from what I've learned prior to the internet and from off-world sources. And then, of course, I take into account everybody's opinion, like you two folks here today, including
right.
What Andy sends in, a lot of stuff that is very pertinent. So have you heard from Dave's Waffle House lately?
No, I haven't.
So can you give me a quick heads up on what he's been doing since the last time that you sent information from me to him?
Well, I know he's got his own YouTube channel now, where he talks about everything, really, about the planets and that. He has a lot of people who talk back on the comments, so he just puts his
Well, again, if you have the opportunity, would you please tell him thank you from me to him directly?
I'll send him this link, and then he could watch it back.
Excellent. Ask him. Or I'll even give a message here. If you want to join our Facebook group, merely just so that you and I can communicate, and I will directly spend time sending you information personally through that, because I have issues with emails, and I have issues with other links, and I'm unfortunately, and I even hate to say it publicly even, but I believe I'm blocked in many ways. And I try not to go there, but we've seen so many examples of it happening that including my mail, including my my public benefits, including bank accounts and my house being fried, and all sorts of things over the years that have occurred that I can no longer argue with. That when it's raining in Denmark, it's raining in Denmark. I'm sorry, but I understand Facebook is a pain in the butt, but if there's some other way that he could contact me, great. But Facebook is the easiest,
right?
Or I could even I'll give out my phone number. I'm in the phone book in Montana in the Missoula area.
I think I gave it to him.
Okay.
And
I understand, and he's busy, and we all have lives, but I just mainly wanted to thank him because he actually, that video he put out, he says, we know that Samuel Hofman is not wrong, and I still revert to that on a regular basis, and I watch his material when I can get a copy of it. But unfortunately, I don't even have the ability to subscribe and like and get notifications from YouTube, because I can't even sign into YouTube.
No.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
so you can just watch it. Yeah.
I have to excuse me, I have to search and hunt everything by typing it in, because I don't have the automatic subscription entering YouTube ability, and I don't run off a phone. I run off a computer or a smart TV.
Yeah. Right.
But and
Me too.
I gotta
At the moment.
I gotta tease you about the old man in Montana.
Pictures.
What's the word for that?
Oh shoot.
I can't call them drawings. They're computer graphic designs.
Well,
Oh,
I just usually typed in
Let
the
me see if
AI.
I can get those. I meant to do that. Let me.
Yeah.
You all
that
talk.
actually
I'll
caused
look
a
it up.
stir. There were a few people are going, "Is he downing you? Is he trying to harass you through this?" And I went, "No, Andy, he's just sharing stuff that he created." And I thought it was humorous, and that's probably what I'm going to look like after years and years and years of trying to tell people that Nibiru is here and nobody's listening. That's what my brain went to. I chuckled over that. I thought it was great.
I don't know why
Although,
the AI can't do writing. It doesn't type what you write properly, so it all came in mumbo jumbo when I wrote the actual Montana Skywatches. It all came out different on AI.
yeah, the one was Montana, or
Yeah.
I was like, okay. So AI, what was it? Bing, or was it Google?
Yeah,
Or,
Bing Create.
yeah, okay.
Bing Create.
Bing does have an occasional spelling issue.
Yeah.
And I am actually, if you type my name into Bing, you'll actually get a better listing than in Google or MSN.
Yeah.
I'm getting
And
it.
Mark in Ireland was telling me the other day that we are all very popular on AI. So it's like, okay.
Right. Is your picture in the background AI done, Rebecca?
What's that, Andy?
Your picture in the background, is that AI done?
Oh,
did you do it?
It could be. No, I did not do it. It's something I found online, but I do search under AI planets, AI space, because they are so cool. Yeah.
They are good. Yeah.
I think we have maybe someone with us. Yeah, I see Gillian.
Oh, Gillian.
Here she is. Hey, Gillian.
Hiya. I'm back. Hello. Andy.
Hi, Gillian.
I finally get to see you with your smiley face and your goggles on.
Isn't that great? I know.
Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hey, how's Montana?
Cold, wet, and foggy. It's 41 degrees. It's not snow covered, but we were, and it melted off, and it's weird. It's actually too warm for this time of year, but we're going to be warmer winter on the West Coast, whereas on the East Coast they're going to have a lot more snow than normal and some really freaky weird weather and some maybe flooding and snow down south all the way down into Arkansas even this year. So
poor Lorna. Oh, shame. She was telling me how cold she was here last night. Shame. Poor Lorna.
Yeah, and you guys. You guys, or the folks in the southern United States, do pay a lot more money for their electricity and fuel, gas, etc., and or stove oil, depending on what they burn to heat their house, and they pay a lot more for stuff than we do up here. Unfortunately, we don't go into debtor's prison every winter over our heating costs. So. Plus, there's some good programs. I don't usually. I was supposed to sign up for this year's, but I'm already late. I missed it by the 1st of November, and I just never got to it because of when that cold snap went through here. Oh God, it messed with my back so bad I couldn't move for like a week. It was horrible what it did to me just because that cold snap went through. It was very strange weather-wise, but then there's a lot of people feeling, even my kids are talking about how their body aches in ways they've never experienced before. There's a lot of people suffering from that.
My knees, but I thought it was because of the new way of riding 2 miles to work, which I hadn't done before. And today I just snapped. I went with a taxi. I'm embarrassed to confess I was too knackered. I thought, oh my God, I can't do a laundry shift and be up and down that street. And oh my God, no, I'll be unconscious by 7 o'clock when I get home.
Like, yeah, I believe the planet effect is really affecting people's bodies and and their minds. And I think there, a lot of the aches and pains that we're all suffering from is direct planetary. And then of course, look at the hurricane that just went by you guys.
Yeah.
And there's another one on the way, and it's even bigger. I
Oh,
didn't look
shit.
at it
Sorry.
today.
I
Like
mean,
I said,
garbage.
I got distracted this morning, and I actually turned the computer on to check the weather and to check that storm. And the cat was chasing a mouse, and when fall hits, the mice try to move in, and our cat's really good about catching them. And I don't think we have a mouse problem, but I have a mouse problem.
You won't know. Cats love mice.
I don't find any remains from them anywhere,
problems.
little black rice tablets anywhere. But I imagine that one or two try to get in every fall or so, or the cat will chase them out, because she's really on the prowl for them big time. And it's like, okay, thank you, do your job, excellent. Because a lot of cats will just look at the mouse and go, okay,
Yeah, no, that's why I hired you, Cat. Do you remember that? Well, this cat nearly fell off the cabinet now because she's discovered how to climb up onto the top part of the cupboards here.
Yeah,
I didn't think they actually could, but the dog's in puppy daycare tonight, so the cats are on the prowl.
Bear with me. Sorry, everybody. You're all
how's
doing
your
great.
phone, Rebecca?
No, it's right here.
Oh, it's got little bubbles in it.
Yeah, it's still in the rice. And I was telling Andy, I was like, even if it does come back on, I don't think it's going to be okay, because the charging port is not okay. And I don't know.
How old is it?
New. I got it back in April.
Oh, shared it.
My kids are experiencing that in their tablets and in their laptops and in their PlayStation controllers and everything. That they may be a great piece of equipment, but what's failing is the darn charging station port plugins, and then all of a sudden the darn thing won't charge anymore, and then you have to buy and buy and buy.
You can you might be able to charge it with wireless.
Okay.
Wireless charging,
right?
On top of,
is that something that any phone can do, or is that something?
I think most new phones would do it. Yeah, wireless.
You mean one of them stands and you put it on, and it just that port.
That pad. Yeah,
the pad. I've seen it at work.
Oh wow! Well, shoot. Yeah, I will look into that. If it comes back on, that might be what I have to do, but I would love it.
Yeah.
So cool. I didn't know about that.
My dad always put, if we got water into things like remote controls and that, the warmest thing in the house was always the telly. So he would put it on top of the telly with a thing that was supposedly damp and put it near the warmth, and the warmth would evaporate the water. Suddenly your device would maybe just come back on again, like if it had evaporated all the damp in it. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it'll work.
Yeah, it's like something swelled up inside, and now the plug-in doesn't plug in. It just goes in halfway and then it falls out. So I know it's a problem.
Is there anything
I'm like totally disconnected, because I don't normally sit still and work on stuff. I'm like moving from room to room, and I'll work on it a minute and put it back in my pocket, and then I'll go somewhere else. And I don't just sit in front of a laptop all day. So so I'm not as connected right now until I get it back.
Have you got something?
Sorry.
Is there anything in the end, like in the end of the charging port? Is there anything stuck in the bottom of it, like any dust?
No.
New power.
It's right. I got a little brush, like a toothbrush, and brushed into it because I thought maybe a piece of rice or something. It's clear.
Yeah.
So it's just a very unfortunate situation. And I was telling Andy, I was like, I'm not even sure. It wasn't like I dropped it in the toilet or something where I know what happened.
Oh, I did that once.
Yeah. No, I was on the phone using it when it froze up, and I shut it down, just thinking I need to restart it, and it never came back on. It was the next day I started seeing water droplets behind the lenses.
Have you got insurance on it or something?
No, unfortunately, and I will from now on. I've never
Mm.
carried insurance, but I will after this.
What kind of phone is it?
It's a Motorola Moto 5G stylus.
Oh, well, mine didn't like to swim either. I got one of them first Motorola's, and all I heard was Motorola gurgle, gurgle. One of the kids in our school, when
Yeah.
I was apprentice teacher, chucked it down the loo. So,
Wow. Yeah.
yeah, nice kid.
This is new for. I want to say hi to my son. He sent my computer is really lagging. Let me try to close a couple of things
Yeah,
out.
I've got the phone as well, like the other phone, and I can see the comments on it, but this one I can't do both on. It's weird.
Maybe that helps. Yeah, that's better. This is
Hey,
my
Mom.
son. Hey. He's out riding his bike or something. It's beautiful here today. I mean,
Oh, you're lucky.
it's gorgeous, pretty sunny. It's kind of an Atu's Moon Yuri kind of a day, you know, that pretty blue and the white puffy clouds. So
It was a really beautiful day early on here as well, and then I wondered why it suddenly felt like dank, like damp and stuff. And when I went outside, true as Bob, there was this what they call the har here. Oh, it's a har, that is. And you're like, what? Oh, right, a fog, you mean? Huh. Har.
We're playing live on TikTok also. I have
Oh,
TikTok
we're famous.
on my cell phone. And so they're here with us. We have 12 people joining us at the moment. And I put a little video out. That's why I slipped away a few minutes before the show and, you know, made a little clip for them. But hopefully soon, I just got approved to be able to live stream on TikTok.
Wow.
So yeah, hopefully next time I'll be able to. I just got to figure out how to do it because I have to have certain codes and things like that to make it happen. So we're working on it.
Well done. You're a superwoman.
Show, they'll be here with us and they'll be in the comment section with us and, you know, make things
nice.
Yeah, right. So, but
Major events you mentioned a few days ago, January.
we have
the more the merrier.
Right.
Hi, Carolyn. Hi, Carolyn. See Carolyn.
We have a question for Sam. It says, Sam, I want to ask you the major events you mentioned a few days ago for January and March. Is it a world catastrophic event or a possible visitation from citizens of Nibiru or something other?
It's rumors, and I've heard it from a couple of people, and it's catastrophic world events. So, and it has to do with astrological and the transition of, you know, going into Scorpio and all of this. And then other people are saying that the transition in the stars is incorrect. And, well, you know, so it's like, it's sort of like trying to pick a carrot out of the soup. And I'm not going to jump on board with believing it, but I'm always, you know, I just mark it on my calendar as, hey, you know, pay attention as you watch it pass. And, you know, it goes back to the same thing, like, you know, how many years worth of Zeta did we deal with? Where all, you know, she threw out this date, she threw out that date. And, you know, every time I just take it with a grain of salt and then go, okay, well, you were wrong again, you know, that kind of thing. And
yeah, dates, but it's just dates are just wrong, aren't they? I mean, you can't really do dates.
You can't predict anything, nor can you tell people in advance how to prepare for things because, I mean, what if you're totally wrong and you sent them down the wrong path? And some people, I've, you know, chalked all this food up on my credit card and that, you know, so, I never recommend doing that. Don't over prepare, but plan. And, you know, we talked about the bug out bag and, you know, just be aware that there are, you know, major weather events that can happen that are beyond normal. They're extra normal. There's so many things where there's so many people. And this is why we also tell everybody all the time to look up these worldwide events that are going on, because they're not making the news. I mean, it was barely discussed that Holland all the way to France and Spain got the storm that they went through last 2-3 days ago. And now the jet stream, I just looked again, that central rotational storm sort of changed, and I don't even see it anymore. So the one I was expecting was more to come is widened out into a major southern European event. all the way through Italy, and then there's this weather front going straight north all the way up into Sweden from that, and I just went, that's weird. So, you know, I hadn't watched it this morning, and had I spent more time, I would be more prepared to understand European weather currently. But there were some changes, and I expected worse, but it didn't happen, which is good.
Oh, I have something to share as well. It's about volcanoes. My friend in Iceland said she's confirmed something that I've seen on my news feed, that they were warning people not to go to the springs, to the Blue Lagoon where we went when I went last year to Iceland. They said that there's been quakes all week, a certain amount of quakes, and they've even felt them as well. And she said that they were worried about allowing the people into the Blue Lagoon because they were worried magma was going to come out. It was so bad.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah. And that's quite a tourist attraction. So obviously,
Yeah.
you know, people will notice that one, won't they, Andy? You went there as well.
Activity, you know, they
so
had
nice.
some really volatile volcanoes going off for a while, and then they changed and moved, and so that shows you that there's, you know, new activity going on.
Yeah,
so
I mean, that weird lighting. Yeah.
Sorry for
that weird
on
lighting
everybody.
from this week. Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to ask you if you had a certain agenda for today that you wish to talk about, Rebecca. Then
I have. Right. I have some pictures and video that from Andy. So we're going to look over that. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up. And then otherwise I have more videos and time lapse, and I have more eye candy pictures. So doing everything I can phone free. So anyway, these set of pictures are all from Andy, all time frames. Just so you know, I just kind of went through all his pictures and things that he has sent me over time on Messenger. So
please
do narrate. Like, Andy. The drum roll, I would play it. Yeah.
Tell us what we're looking at.
You want me to tell you?
No, I was saying Andy. Or his pictures.
Oh, Andy. Okay, Andy. You take it from here.
Nice. Look at that one. Woo.
Is that an asteroid underneath?
Yeah, that's the side. That's the side of Uri with the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group. That is basically, you're looking at the head and the arms of the salamander.
Very cool. Look at that. It's awesome.
Right. Yeah. So
and to remind people when we call it the Salamander asteroid group, in early 2018 and 19, when Uri was coming toward us from the right-hand side of the sun, right, the same year that they went past us, which was the first time that they did that. You could see the side markings on the side of Uri that was semi-raised above its ringed atmosphere at a different level than the rest of the full orbitoid of the planet and its horizontal stripes. And it looked like a salamander holding on, you know, 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, and a tail, holding onto the side of this ball. And we have that picture still to this day. And ever since then, it's been a notable facial occurrence on the side of Uri. So over the years, we watched it. And then after it went over to the left-hand side, and it's been there for many, many years, since roughly 2019-ish, 20-ish. It's been on the left-hand side, and then we watched it get closer and closer and closer and closer, bigger and bigger and bigger, and now it's going over the top of us and fills our north sky during the early part of the rotation, prior to the Nibiru takeover, which is on the other side, which is at the end of its cycle, usually at the end of the day today. That's why I describe it in cycle pattern. And we are seeing that same side facial pattern that we know is the Salamander asteroid group, which is semi-submerged in the outer rings in the lower area of Uri, that we've gotten more and more and more close-ups over the time and been able to actually document the asteroid groups inside at that semi-facial immersion. And that is what the Salamander asteroid group is.
I'm going to pull those pictures up. I
And you
have
can
some
see it in the
favorites.
picture as well. There you see the cluster of
That's
asteroids
Yuri,
right at the
yeah.
side edge, all coming in from the left and going down at that angled thing.
Yeah.
And it's the same pattern over and over again.
Yeah.
Here's those pictures from about a month ago, the salamander group. Let me take that down for a second. But the salamander group, just so everybody knows, is located to the left of our suns. And anyway, just like Sam draws here, I just realized, let's see, okay. Anyway, this is pretty recent. Hopefully y'all can see
gorgeous.
all those pits. See all those pitted mark?
Yeah, you can see all little pot marks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like his drawing also, which was from years ago.
Yeah.
When the sun shines around that face, and you can see the side face of Uri, which is by the right hand peak on the house, that patch, that's the face of Uri, and the light is rounding around Uri, and those asteroids are a semi-distance away from it in the lower atmosphere of Uri. And when they get sunlight on them, they leave an ion trail like a cloud pattern, because space is deeply, deeply cold. And then when you get sunlight on it, all of a sudden that temperature changes and it puts off a little ion trail. And that's what we're looking at, is these little ion. And this, in this drawing, I'm showing illumination, because sometimes they actually self-illuminate depending on the close past proximity, which we've also seen for over a decade.
Whoops.
Got lighting issues?
I do. Nothing like being on live, right? I can't edit that out.
Welcome to live television.
Well, it has like all kinds of hinges on it. Let's go back to Andy's pictures. So we just discussed the salamander group, so people know. So what we're seeing here, like you said a minute ago, the salamander group is all that area to the left of our sun.
Left half of the picture is the side of a planet.
Yeah, that's when you see half the sky cut in half. When you're seeing it in the sky, it's actually cut down the middle. It looks really strange. When
and you have to fight which, you're wondering, right eye, left eye, right eye, left eye. Which one is the actual, what am I really looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are similar. I don't know if they were the same day or not. You may remember, Andy, but
I can't remember.
Yeah, I know, but they're very similar. Like they could pass for the same day, but I don't think they are now that I
know.
Do you remember the year that this was taken?
I think that was maybe 2 years ago now.
I was gonna toss in 2021.
Yeah.
This is Attu and Attu's moon, and you can see the dark. The left picture shows the shapes much better. You're looking at Attu's moon with Attu behind it, and the ion pole down at the southern pole, and the asteroids around it. And you can see that the sunlight is clipping into the area, and there is a light refraction that occurs inside the atmospheres of all planets, because all planets have atmospheres, either gaseous or full of oxygen or whatever, because our atmosphere isn't just oxygen. Our atmosphere has way more other gases than we don't even realize. But this is from the placement. I was going, boy, that's low on the horizon. It's cutting off into the side of the sun, so that's got to be Attu's moon. But it had to be 2 years old.
Yeah.
Cool. Next.
That was on holiday.
You lucky Europeans who get holidays. We don't get to take vacations here. We have to work and dream about having vacations.
I just love
I'll
this.
have to dream for the rest of my life now.
Yeah, no, but this one just like jumped right out at me. I sat him right here, the dark blue versus light blue, and that
big old ion tail on the side.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Nice.
There's a video of that one, did I? I had a video on my YouTube channel.
And on the left-hand side is lead asteroid above the water.
Okay, right
Over to
there.
the mostly left middle.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, there.
the green asteroid is in front, just below the sun.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the blue asteroid is way up in the left upper with the dot. And then you
Okay.
have the reach out ion area in the middle, which is weird. But yeah, that's definitely a Saturn's yellow moon. And then you can see that there's a cutoff going on the sunlight, which reflects directly onto the water, because you always, when you're checking the sun and you have water available, always look down at the water and see the shaft. And it shows you the shadowing that's going on. And a sort of a flat plate thing going on in front of us next to the sun. Underneath is Saturn's yellow moon. It puts out this weird flat plate ahead of it, like it's being pressurized into this disk. And that's usually associated anywhere close. And I'm really, I'm chuckling again. I go back to that one rare cloud picture that we have that we're all desperately waiting to see if there are more of coming soon off, the close paths of Saturn's yellow moon. So I'm still, every time I think about it, I'm just start laughing. I'm going, God, we've never seen anything like that in our entire, 13 years of all the captures we've ever taken. Yeah, there again is Attu's moon.
Yeah.
And you can see the micro clouds, you can see that the structure of those clouds is not ours. And Attu's moon is smaller in this picture, so that probably means this is a more recent picture.
Yeah, I think that was maybe over a year old now. Yeah, that's definitely over
because
a year.
I know I've noticed that. Remember, and
that's my old phone I took that with.
It's a good shot. It's a good
Yeah.
shot.
What kind of phone was that?
I think I did that on my S21 Ultra phone.
Nice.
And here, I know nothing about phones.
I
don't. Samsung. Is that Samsung?
Yeah.
Yeah, Samsung's rule, man. Mine's a S23, so yeah.
Neat.
I've got another one.
I love it.
Can you see that one? I don't know if it will come out. There's another one.
Which one's that, Andy? Which one?
Another one I found on my phone from. I've got a date.
Nice.
And this, of course, is much larger Attu's moon. Attu's moon in front of Attu. And this, of course, would have to be within 8, 9 months, a year old.
Okay.
Yeah, that's new. That one.
I'm trying to remember the stages, because I remember, and God, when we had the close paths of Attu's moon in 2022 and 21, it was just so huge and so intense and so bubbly cloud. And it was so awesome. And now we're seeing it at a little, I believe they're higher up. I really do. You've noticed that too, Rebecca, that they are getting sort of smaller.
At times, yes.
Yeah. Well, that angle of approach, the incoming angle, the axis of their orbit has changed. They used to, come in and we'd see them in a series of small, bigger, and then they were, right over our heads. So, and now it's different. They're going past us into the north sky where they didn't during the day. And only Nibiru did that on the wind around at the end of the day. And now it's different. I can't.
So they're changing and not us, or are we changing maybe?
We're smaller. We're going through them. If you look at it like us smaller going through them, then it makes more stable sense that they're doing what they're doing. And it's our approach that is different.
So we just, this past summer, passed the halfway point. So we're looking
I think it was longer than that. I think it was like last year.
Oh, okay. So longer than that. Okay.
Yeah, or even sooner. I don't, it's hard to call.
Yeah, I know.
But we know that in 2018, 2019, that Uri went past us, over the top of us, into the western sky at dawn
Yeah.
for the first time, where we documented that. And then they were so cloud laden in that shot because the sun is directly shining on them, and so we see a full facial, cloud thing, sort of kind of like what we're looking at here. That we realized, and what, I mean, passing. So where do you judge that? Is it 2020? Is it 2018? Is it 2021, 22? So I know that we're solar wise, we saw changes in the solar events, and that's where I said at least a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and here you can. This is another Attu's moon, and I see a cube, and I see vertical asteroids going downward rather than horizontally.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that damages your sanity when usually if they go to the side past us, if they go right over the whole sky, and the whole sky is just full of a Saturn's yellow moon going over that whole tail.
Always blows me away when they're going down and away from us. And because I love it when they round. You're watching them go down and away from us, and then as the day progresses, all of a sudden they take this bank turn to the left, and you just go, Yeah, that's
looks
a
like
long box.
Sorry, Sam, go ahead.
Oh, that's long box cube.
Yeah, it looks pointy.
All the way from where the sun's shining on the left, all the way up to the middle.
Right there.
And then that's long box cube, and probably a few ships as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, the ships are really cool. I mean, the shapes lately are just so obvious. Wow.
And they're a lot smaller, and we're probably looking at 4 or 5 or 6, 7 star destroyers and support craft.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you got to, if you got the opportunity, people at home, and you want to, screen capture this and blow it up, I bet you the more you look, the more, because we know that they're there. And
right,
which
you really
I'm still
see the
amazed
curve.
today it hasn't gone viral. I can't believe that the world is. Well, maybe nobody wants to know.
No.
Right, but you can really see the curve at the top right corner also.
The point, look at it, man. It's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Well, and if you didn't know about the long box cube, you would say, well, that's a funky long rectangle, or strange shape in the sky. And look at the shadowing behind it. It shows you that there's an object. The sunlight is coming from the left and it's going to the right. And behind the long box, there's this big, long, dark shadow. Well, that, of course, is the side face is Saturn. And because we know that the long box cube travels in front of the face of a Saturn, and just below is Saturn's yellow moon, where it hides in the wake pattern and the ion tail. Because we know that the long box cube and the Texas cube hide behind asteroid patterns all the time, and have been there since 2019.
Have they got a fixed orbit? Are they fixed so that they just don't move?
They've just parked themselves underneath these. Well, I mean, they're huge. So they park themselves near these asteroids, and the asteroids are stable, orbiting in their placement underneath these larger bodies, and they just sort of become part of the immediate space, and they just stay there. I'm sure they have technology and computers that would keep it at the station keeping it as well. So it's a fixed orbit. We've seen them there for 4 years.
I just wanted to point out, look at the just right of the sun, and there is an object like pushing into
it.
Is that?
Well, I was thinking the side orb
object or side orb. Okay.
Because remember, the side orb always gives away the cubes.
Right there.
That's the first thing. Okay, I've got a cube standing there. Now, where's the side orb? My brain automatically searches for both of those. I saw it right away. Sorry for not mentioning it.
Yeah. Okay. Because the size didn't sound right. It didn't seem right for lead object or yellow moon. But yeah, side orb.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you can
And then, of
see
course,
something's pulling across it. Sorry,
and sometimes the side orb is, visually below it, and sometimes it's beside it, and sometimes it's above it, depending on how that thing is turning, because they do move. Well, remember years ago when the long box cube first originally got here, it was sighted orbiting the Earth from the north to the South Pole and back again. Had a close orbit, and that went on for, I think, about 2 weeks, and then after that, we saw that event where there was these weird rocket things going up that had no way in hell to do with SpaceX or any of that stuff, because it was too massive. And everybody, even I believe BB 333 captured it as well. And we all looked at that for a while. And to me, it said something was going extra orbit out of close proximity to Earth and pulling away on purpose. And I was thinking that's when the long box came out of personal close orbit. But I can't prove that, but that was my conjecture at the time.
So we have a question. Balder Dash World is asking, so what is your predictions for the outcome of this system passing by us?
Well, we've talked about this before in most of my interviews.
Yeah.
Not that my opinion is going to be absolute, but I always look back at what happened at the last cycle and the cycle before that, 3,654 years. And, we know that climate change occurs. We know there's geological displacement. We know that there's climate migration from civilizations. We know that there's lost civilizations. We know that there people have just up and moved and not left records behind. Mycenaeans, Minoans, Sumerians. We know that the ocean levels rose a great deal at that period of time. A melt off of Antarctic ice and stuff, because people have to remember that the ice age was not necessarily covering the entire planet. And people seem to think that we were just this frozen ball of rock, but we've been coming out of an ice age for quite a period of time, and we're on the end of our 5th to 6th ice age, depending on who you listen to, and we're at the high arc. And so, actual natural Earth temperature rise and ice melting off our Antarctica and everything is normal for where our Earth is going in its normal cycle. But people, of course, and humans don't agree with that. So, if we go to the whole gist of the whole ball game of the whole ball of wax, every time the Nibiru system leaves, there is tectonic plate movement and everything to reboot the commodities for the next visitation of the secondary larger solar system, binary solar system. And so we have to make more gold, and we have to make more commodities and more crystals and this and that. And so there is a tectonic occurrence where we go through a great deal of changes. And then the herd cull and the number of populace of the biotool workforce changes and reboots and gets stronger and smarter. And we also have to take into account that history has not recorded history properly. We do not give credit for a great deal of civilizations and technology that are obviously in effect in numerous examples around the world that science of today and modern English science does not allow for it to even be discussed or cataloged because of prejudice and tenure. We know that this has happened numerous times, and it's doing it again.
So I remember you saying something about the 83rd cycle since the last change of hands. What does that mean exactly?
If you take your calculator and you go 2,000 or 3,000, anyway, if you take the Nibiru cycle and you divide it by 300,000 years, you get 83.3. And that is from what I understand from off-world information that I remember, and I can't absolutely factually prove that in any other way, but that's what I remember was the change in regime of how the system works and who's in charge and et cetera, et cetera. That's where I get that number from.
Okay, cool. and that's the last change of hands. So it goes
Yeah,
on even
property
longer than
rights,
that.
ownership of planet Earth and the Federation. I don't know all the details of the factional information, but I know that within the last 300,000 years, things have changed. And I was informed that there was a management change, is the best way to describe it. And before that, there was another state, and history goes back where current man that exists in this pretty much the same facial body type that we are living in goes back, and they're jogging that back now. They went 50,000, now they're saying 60,000, now they're saying 70,000 years ago.
Right.
And
Yeah.
there's a lot of missing puzzle pieces to their picture, and they're of course only basing this out of stuff that they got out of caves and from underground.
Yeah.
And after 5,000 years, most everything is gone if it's outside under the weather, and water eats up everything. Water is a very interesting corrosive, so if it gets rained on, it's most likely not going to be there. So they've unfortunately misjudged a lot of history. And it's like, there we talk about the UK, for instance, where they talk about the Dark Ages, and they say, oh, civilization barely existed and people were digging in mud. No, people lived. They lived, they had technologies, they changed away from the Romans, but then they found their own way, and they lived their own thing, and they made their own tools, and they made and they were mining and doing all kinds of stuff. So
Sure.
the Dark Ages were not dark. There was life and stuff going on, and people forget that. Even in the Northern Germanic tribes and everything, there's life in villages and successions of rulers and generations of children and schooling, and tradition and boats and life. Everything's being built and people live on, and that's technology. Not freezing your ass off next week,
Right. I just wanted to let people know, especially on TikTok, that maybe you're not as familiar with these pictures, but like that whole blue-green area is from another planet, and how perfectly straight across it goes. So obvious, when you understand it. Yeah. Because clouds don't go perfectly straight, when you think about that.
Don't forget the asteroid dead center just to the left of the sun, right below.
Uh-oh. We can go back. Sorry.
Well, that's fine. That's an overhead planet.
Yeah. All right.
And nobody can fathom that. They go, oh, it's just cloud. No, you say, excuse me, but you look at the illumination underneath, and you know that it's way, way higher above us. And that's why it's illuminated the way it is. And we see examples of that in Nibiru right now in the evenings. And if you look to the west at sunset, you're going to see planets just at sunset to the left and to the right and above. And that illumination above you is passing planets.
So do you know which planet this is? Can you tell? Because I'm not sure.
That's most likely Nepacity by the illumination in color.
Yeah.
And this picture's approximately a year old also.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's quite old.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, a few years old, that
it's
one.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love how
it's lovely.
That's the site of Uri.
Okay. All those striped effects,
Yep.
just like your drawing. I mean, it's just like it. And what about to the left of the top of the telephone pole? Is that a cube or a...
It's probably the Salamander asteroid group.
Yeah. I just noticed it's like a blue color off to itself.
If it's much older, it could be lead asteroid by the size.
Right there.
Because it depends on the rotation because all of that stuff is underneath, and we could be looking literally, for example, if this is next to the telephone pole to the left of it, it could be a vertical example of lead asteroid going under Attu's moon, and dark Attu, which could be higher above, and we're looking at just below on them at the side of Uri, which is why you're seeing a purple and an orange on one area, and then the blue, and then the light, which would be an example of Attu's moon and a vertically orbiting lead asteroid.
Wow. I love it. And
a
this
lot of
one,
pictures we
I had
don't-
to come back because of this one here. But it's just so obvious. It's a big square
Cube.
right there. Big cube.
Looks like 2 squares, actually.
It's deceptive.
does.
We're looking at the front facial square of the long box cube, which is heading away
Okay.
to the center of the picture above.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you got to find the side orb. God, is that white blob on the left?
Oh, yeah, look there.
Side orb? I don't know. But then then you take into account those blobs around it are craft,
Yeah.
because we know they park next to it all the time, especially the long box cube. There's comers and goers all the time, and it's always changing. So I mean, you could look at this bottom lower right cloud that's coming off with this weird edge, and you could assume that's the conning tower, and you're seeing a star destroyer facing away directly, a small angle axis down.
Yeah.
That's what I see anyway. So we know, and there's that damn square thing again. And on that side of the sun, we know it's the long box cube, and we know it's there.
Yeah.
We know it's there. We've got what, 10,000 sightings, or I don't even dare count.
That was last week. That's very new.
Okay.
Yeah. This week, actually.
All this right here, just coming in from the left. It's
Yeah, look at that.
Right. It has a perfect curve to it, just like curving right under the planet Atu's moon in front of Nepicity, with Uri coming in from the left, and your doggy. I got to see him live a few minutes ago, so he's really pretty.
And of course, the asteroids, the entire cloud bank on the left is asteroids. And that's the full. We could say the stretched out one closest to the dog on the left is probably the green asteroid. If you look close enough at it, it's got the blotchies. We know that the green asteroid has numerous little lights around it. Yeah. And then in the middle back could be the lead asteroid, and the closer to the far left would be the red asteroid, which we know is very close. And spiral, I believe the spiral, it wasn't the spiral at one point in time, just like a month or so ago, ahead of the red asteroid. And then now it's below it and sort of almost at the same distance next to each other. So was this a month or two ago?
Is
this one here?
Yeah. How old is this picture?
This week. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Literally last week. Yeah.
All right. I'll correct it in my brain.
So, I mean, right above the dog, the white streak, is that from the spiral? Because it looks like a spiral. I'm just wondering, is that it or no?
No, the spiral asteroid is close to the horizon and close to us, and then it's in this mix of what we're looking at. I do believe the roundish, bigger one on the left is red asteroid with little sister next to it. So I was thinking the spiral asteroid is either behind it or right there, but it could be an uncatalogued asteroid as well. But yeah.
Right. And is the spiral, is it always on the left side of our sun, or can be either or?
Well, it was for a couple of weeks. It was trailing all the way across into view, our view, because it did some close Earth passes, leaving that big rotational round cloud thingy. And they're not all grouped in the same group, but they appear at different angles to be as a group. And then another time when we're looking at them underneath, you can see one leading way ahead, and then the other ones are behind. It just depends on your angle view of them. There's a great deal of distance between all of them, even though they occasionally appear to be in one cluster, which is how we watched them originally when they first started coming in from 2015, 16, when we first started cataloging the lead asteroid. Little did we know all the other stuff that was inside of that illuminating thing that we kept seeing, and then we started blowing pictures of it up, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then after that is when we started cataloging. We found out that there was the big three was over there, and then we found that there was a green one and a blue one and a red one, and now we're talking about the tan asteroid and then the little sisters, and there's just been so many, but we've been cataloging the main ones that most everyone captures. So there's a lot more coming and going, and of course you saw that in those earlier site of Uri illuminations where there were just thousands and thousands of asteroids.
Sam, do they seem like different colors sometimes as well? Because we call them the red asteroid and the blue
Right.
one.
That's where the color names come from. Original early regular captures in 2016, 17, when they were still small, and then we got numerous sightings of them, and then they were all, always off on the upper left hand corner of pictures for the longest time. And so I started focusing on them, and then back then in the computers that I was using, I was able to grab captures and blow them up and then do better lookups, and then when they're in your file, you can actually scroll in and look at the stuff a lot better. And I do that today with my pictures now. And of course, I have a much larger screen today, so I'm able to see a lot more than most people on their phone, which is why I always recommend, if you're really into this, get a home computer, go online, look at this stuff on a larger screen, because you're missing half the show. I mean, I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen right now, and I wish I had bigger. But of course, funds have a great deal to do with that. Anyway, we cataloged that they were regularly a specific color. Now, sometimes in close passes, they have different colors, and we've also documented that. And then over the years, when they got close enough, we identified them by facial pattern. We know that the blue asteroid has this funky weird dot in the center. We know that the green asteroid has these funky green, sort of like sprites flying around it that just blow my mind as to how that could possibly be an asteroid, but yet we have thousands of captures of it, and it's always the same, even when it's big and it's got puffy clouds and weird when you don't even see the illumination, you just see the clouds around it. And then we know that the red asteroid has it's very large, and it has a funky facial shape, which puts off a flat pattern on a lot of its close passes. And we know that the spiral asteroid, and it got its name because of the cloud pattern that it leaves behind it. Now, there may be a smaller object along with it, which is creating the spiral. It might be a concentric spiral with another closer little sister object. I don't know for sure. I've not gotten a lot of close-ups of it, but I have a few. And then of course, the tan. Go ahead.
Sizes of these things. Do you ever get images of, when you're first seeing them, about how big they are, and think, wow, like shit, I'm glad that's not too close? But I mean, do you ever feel how big they are, or see how big they are physically?
Well, we've got so many captures, especially the one with the lead asteroid on close passes, and that went 2018, 2019, 2020, and every time it is just like so massive. I was expecting it to do something drastic and rip our atmosphere away from us, or drop some babies, or I didn't know what it was going to do. And every time it just had me on edge, and then I finally just sort of got used to the fact that sucker is so big, and it's so illuminated, so electrical, that it's repelling off of us. And we've seen so many examples of that as well in these freak storms, of the electrical storms from hell that have gone by, and we've documented those as well after 2018, 19, and 20, 21, etc. On certain storms, like the San Francisco storm in 2020, I believe it was. And so they've laid in an attitude in my brain that they are definitely connected to their own electrical orbit. And so therefore I've become less fearful of them and more aware of their electrical nature.
Yeah, because you used to get really stressed out and say to us, oh my God, are you watching? Are you seeing? And then that warning thing that you give us. And then it seemed like you just...
No, it's that, they call it wormwood for a reason.
Yeah.
And Dennis Glass is saying, how come no one is talking about Tiamat? Tiamat is a name from where's the origin of Tiamat? Our names and our planetoids and our bodies that we discuss come from Sumerian text. So we use that. We don't come up with the new Harrington names or anything like that. And that's also a level of disinformation laid out by the government. And every time anybody figured out things, they'd change the name of shit. So, and then only if you're in the classified then they'd send you a memo saying, hey, we're changing the name from this to that. Now, Tiamat was supposedly a very large planetoid, huge, massive water planet that
Yeah, that's what I was told as well.
Which caused the Kuiper belt between just after Mars. So that's human information legend lore. We're talking about what we know about the planets, and that's why we don't discuss Tiamat.
Yeah, Tiamat. Yeah, I was told it was
a topic. It doesn't necessarily matter.
And it's just that people are obsessed with that word, that name.
Well, if
Tiamat
we were going to jump on a whole bunch of other names, the names were given because it came directly from off-world information and from cross-referenced early looked up Nibiru Pleiadian message information of the planetary names. And when we watched the planets come in after about 2 to 3 years, and the information matched, once we found and established that the information matched, we stuck with the names, and that's where we've been ever since. And to avoid,
because we don't know anything different. We just call them what you've said they're called. So it's simpler that way. It's got we used to
call it the red planet or the or the blue green planet with the weird illuminated bottom, and we once they started coming in, and we had the copy of the Pleiadian message planetary guide, which I post occasionally. And we saw purple Atu come in. I just knew, and it was like, bing, there it is. You can't argue with it. I mean, it matches. And so once it matched, we stuck with it.
Look at that. Wow.
Some video of Andy's. Let me take the band. I was going to say, we had someone ask about an email address. So I've put that up on the screen, and you can email me there. Mojo's Mom 45. So I'll take that down so we can see the video.
Oh, look at that. We've seen so many of them like that. Oh, it's amazing.
1 second.
Any guesses? I know what it is. Oh, there's a good one.
Oh, look at that with a shiny light.
Yeah, that's the illuminated edge of the salamander group. That's where above is Uri and down below is the base cloud. And in that is the, rotating, orbiting asteroid debris fields. And when the light hits it underneath Uri, that debris illuminates. It's not a sundog because it's only on one side.
Yeah, that's a super common term, sundog.
Yeah.
So this
sundog has to do whether or not it's a focal that goes below the horizon. If the focal does not go in the horizon and it's out in space, it's not a sundog. That's and how many times over the years, Rebecca, have we seen that area of the side of Uri that illuminates?
Oh, a lot.
Thousands.
A lot, yeah.
So
what happens when you see that effect happen on both sides of the sun?
Well, if you then you have to assume it's either a cutoff halo or a sundog from ice crystals in space. But the way to determine that is if it's a camera effect, then the halo will go below the horizon line in the picture, all the way to the ground, all the way up to the photographer's feet. If the halo does not go on the horizon, in the land, in the picture, then it is a halo event from space, either a cutoff halo or some odd spatial anomaly. But we see that there is a light cutoff going on here, and there is no illumination on the other side. See, that's a single-sided illuminate. Those are the asteroids underneath Uri, and everything above that area is blue, dark Uri, massive. There again.
Whoa, look at that. Wow.
You're looking at underneath a planet. You're looking at that capacity behind it to the right. That bubble cloud is Atu's moon, but Nepacity is to the right. right
Yeah,
there.
it's got that zigzag effect, like
You
know
see
the
it's
pattern.
behind, and you can see the core base with the stripes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you
see
can
it.
see
And
the
yet
three.
above it, it's bubbly and weird
Just so
looking.
barely,
That's Atu's
but
moon
yeah.
in front of Nepacity core. And they're probably, tens of hundreds of thousands of miles apart from each other, but that's our out view.
It's
Right.
like being in the goldfish bowl. Yep.
Yeah. And the base cloud, of course, is how we tell. And then the base cloud above us here at what we're looking at is way too bubbly to be Nepacity. So, and then see that strong line?
Yeah.
Okay. That strong
Right.
line is Atu's moon above, and the rest is Nepacity.
Yeah, it's just like you have a drawing that's just like that. Where Atu's moon is there to
Yeah,
the
and that goes
left.
back to the early drawings where we, kept having to draw Atu's moon on the one side, and then I'd have to switch them because that's what we refer to as the dance.
Okay.
If you just
Right.
excuse me a moment, I'll be back.
And there, of course, the base cloud.
Let's go back to this one a second. This is like, I think my favorite of Andy's, which is Nibiru.
Nibiru?
Yeah. Yeah. So great. I use this picture a lot.
And
But
if you look, yeah.
I had to go back.
that's
and
recent.
watch it.
That one's
When was that again? Was it May? Or
yeah,
was it-
2020. It's quite old.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nibiru had a more prominent angle that was because she was still a ways away from us. And now she's literally sky filling.
Yeah.
And you can see the edge of it, Saturn shallow moon. You can see probably the blue and green asteroid there are illuminated in the white clouds. But right above that, as you can see, larger Saturn's yellow moon in the ion tail. It's a very light blue next to what appears to be a ghost, but that's probably the blue asteroid.
So, is this? Whenever I see those clouds, I think of Yuri. But what else is happening here?
Oh, of course, bubble on
that-
top's Atu's moon, and then you have
Yeah.
Yuri to the left.
I mean, they're
See
just.
the asteroids rounding Atu's moon.
Uh-oh. What is that in the left corner? Like, see how it's curved in? See that curve?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Could be the skull. Could be the skull.
Oh my. Trying to hold it right there. But you see it. Do y'all see it? Like the top left corner, how it's like
there would be the Texas cube as well, and then the lead asteroid rounding down in their hooking angle. And if this is recent, then the red asteroid is closer, and then you're seeing the side of Atu, the big dark bubbly blue, and then behind it is Yuri, and then we know off in the distance in the orangish is Saturn. Saru. We know Saru's back there, and that's the yellow area that's being illuminated.
What is making the striped effect?
That's probably the cutoff line of Nepacity. See the what appears to be the bottom core area right there. It's probably a beat off in the leading, and then higher below that, right next to the line thing, is a big round dark circle, and that's probably Saturn's yellow moon, and etc. It's just you got that dividing. That's what weirds me out about a lot of everything all the time, because both patterns are turning inward to each other, and they create these. The left side has the overlapping crossover from the asteroid trails, and then the right is visible behind that, but yet comes in creeping over the day into our right over us. So it's really always got these weird cutoffs in line, and then you're always trying to guess what's what, where's what, who's who. Because they're around over the top of us now, it's way harder. Before we could say, okay, it's over here, it's over there. And now they keep switching place right above us. And so massive, it's sometimes hard to tell what's what.
It's hard to believe.
And then you just have to look for the repetitive.
I was out with my youngest son this morning, and I was, we were driving down the street, and I was telling him how, these clouds are from another planet, but he's still, thinking about all this. He's not too sure about it still, even though he's heard me talk about it for years. But this right here is from another planet. And
you look
see
at the horizon line over to the left, and you see there are no clouds literally in the sky.
No.
Exactly. It just all of a sudden there's this abrupt straight line of clouds. That makes no sense.
And that, of course, is Nibiru, and Saturn's yellow moon. And then probably that blip with lighter white there is probably the green asteroid.
That's back where we started.
And of course, we've seen that, time after time after time, where the green asteroid is crossing in front of Saturn for the last 6 months.
All right, I'm going to take that down a second. Andy didn't have very many videos posted, so
No.
he doesn't have very many. But lots and lots of pictures.
Did you see today's pictures I sent?
I did. Well, actually, there was some that you sent after that I did not see until we started.
Yeah, there's 3 ones that he sent. I just looked at them now. They look like ships on the top, Andy?
Let's see. Actually, I thought they were first here. Did we not pass those yet? No, we didn't.
No. No.
They're last. Let's try. Hopefully they got added. I'll check and see.
Yeah, remember, blame the production team in
I know. I will.
Well,
I'll blame it on the staff.
Yeah, well, that's why you don't buy donuts before the show.
Is that why?
Yeah, you put the donuts out after production, and then.
That's not it. It was similar to that, but that's not
similar,
quite
yeah.
it.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Them.
That's not it either. It may have not saved, Andy.
I've just sent you some.
Y-
Maybe I can share them or.
On you're going to send them to me? Maybe.
Send them to them on your.
On Messenger. I remember.
Messenger. Yeah.
I love this one too. Let me look and see.
Yeah, look at that thing. Oh, wow.
Let me see.
Yep. It's Attu's moon and asteroids.
Oh, excuse me. Be right back.
Oh, that sound. Yeah, my computer doesn't open those.
I'm looking at them. I'm looking at seeing how I can get them to where everybody else can see them.
Yeah, I can't even imagine living at sea level. We're up here, just below 5,000 feet, and every time I go to the ocean with any kind of electronics, it gets killed by the ocean sand. Never even want to take my camera out of the case, Of course, I haven't been to the ocean that
How
often.
is Oklahoma as far as sea level goes? What about where I am? What is that like?
Oh, God, I never looked it up. I know it's flat.
Do you know? Okay.
The last time I was in Oklahoma was, God, in the 90s. Yeah.
Okay.
I drove, from Amarillo through, and then went up north through, after that went up into Colorado, went into New Mexico, and then went into Colorado. So.
Yeah, I've never been to Montana. So let's see. I'm looking for. I may not be able to get those pictures up only because my phone is in use.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Checking.
What about the group chat with Sam and Gillian? Can I send them on there?
Yeah.
I will warn you, if you switch from private chat to comments, it'll probably boot you out, but you can come right back in, because that happened to me before where I tried to switch comment sections. So
Does it let you send pictures in the chat or no?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, I don't know if it will or not.
well,
They should.
my Facebook
Nice.
just informed me that Andy sent a video.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I did.
I can go.
Nicole
on
was
Facebook
mentioning
and
the
see
video
them.
quality is
Yeah.
not so great.
I
Sound
don't
is
know why it
great.
comes out
Yeah,
really bad on this.
lagging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Picture
noticed that
quality's
too.
really
And
bad on
Dennis
Facebook.
has a nice. Sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
The picture quality is not very good on this for some reason. The actual video is really clear, but on
It could
actual
be better.
on this streaming, it's really bad. It doesn't look very clear.
Not. It could be better. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it could just be the service. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I'm watching it,
Yeah.
so
I know.
it's a great
But
capture.
Dennis
Start
says
out,
he's
you know,
learned a
you
lot
see
from
you see
Sam
the
and
neat
I.
asteroid, you
So
see the asteroid group underneath Uri, and then it pans over to the right, and you're looking at the close Saturn's yellow moon and the big, huge ion tail. And there's barely any other clouds in the sky above, except for at the horizon line, which is where our weather is. That's a great capture.
Mark says hello from Ireland.
Oh, Mark.
Mystery Mark.
Which island is that? Is that in the USA? Or is that here in
Oh,
Ireland?
in Ireland.
It
In
is
Europe.
Ireland.
Yes. Yep. How far away is that from you, Andy?
How far is it? 2 hours on the plane.
Yeah, Mark lives in Central Ireland.
All right. Well, I'm happy Mark
He's pretty
is
landlocked.
joining us. And Gary says hello, everyone. Andy,
Gary.
Sam. Hi,
Yeah,
Gary.
That's my friend from Instagram. We've been chatting for a long time
I'm
now.
glad Gary's along for the ride.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
Just getting caught up on everything on the comment wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm
sweet.
tempted to scream that that's the skull in the upper left.
I have some more video. Which would you prefer? You want to go over video or more pictures? What do you have a preference?
I don't think we can see what Sam's looking at because I think I sent it on the group chat. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, that you did send it on the group chat.
Yeah.
I got to look at it because I got Facebook flagged
Yeah.
me when it came up. So I clicked on it and got to watch it, along with a whole bunch of other pictures prior to that. Go ahead. What you got? Well, you prepared some pictures. We can
Sure.
go,
Well, I got both.
or you can ask Andy the age-long question: how he found all of what he's found over the years, and how much
we could do that. Let's take a moment from pictures and
interview
videos.
our guest. I mean, holy cow! It's Andy's 15 minutes of fame here.
I know. Well, he's going to be back. This is his first of many.
Well, I know, but I mean, your first 15 minutes of fame.
Right. Give me a moment. I'm trying to take that down. Okay.
And you need to adjust your camera, point it down just a hair.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we can see your smiling face.
Yeah. I'm going to just wait till Gillian gets back a second, and I'm going to look at TikTok and see if there's any, questions that we haven't.
Hey, let's talk behind Gillian's back.
No.
I'm kidding.
Come back, Gillian.
Her ears will be ringing. She go, "Oh, that's what I was doing. I'm doing podcast, not making tea." I'm teasing.
Let's see. Well, Kyle is asking about Planet X, and we haven't really talked about how Planet X isn't quite accurate information, but it's not accurate because there's more than just one planet. There's an entire solar system, and it's not just one planet.
The term Planet X comes from the 70s, when Sitchin and those people were putting out their information. Emmanuel Velikovsky, NASA scientists discovered that there was a jog in the orbitation of our solar system that they couldn't explain, extending all the way out to Neptune. And they believed that there was some body, some planet X body, and that's why you'll go to YouTube and you'll hear these stories about the ninth planet or Planet X, or and there are a whole bunch of um, theoretical hypotheses that were laid out numerous times by numerous people over numerous decades. So the moment you reach for Planet X, you're discounting the actual occurrence. There can't be a rogue planet of people without their own star. They have to have light, they have to have life, they have to have water, they have to have food, all of that in order to even be born on that planet. So that, Planet X is just a really slice of the cheese of the wheel. So
There's a lot more to it than just that one idea. So there are, I mean, that just, to me, it seems to think that they're leaving the rest of it off, out on purpose.
right.
They know they're giving us a little hint to something much bigger.
And
So,
it really makes it, and we talk about this all the time. It really makes it very difficult to realize that there is so much information that we've taken the time to document, and it's a vast subject that people sometimes get really freaked out about, and it sometimes also becomes food for trolls because it's such large information they don't even know where to begin, so therefore they don't even begin, and yet they lash out against us as being charlatans. So where are you going to go?
It just seems like it's a distraction more than anything, doesn't it?
I wonder. I wonder about a lot of people's motives and a lot of different behaviors of a lot of different folks, especially one or two of them who continue to behave such unusual ways without actual motive, or seemingly without motive. I can't, vouch for what their motives are. It's beyond me why some people do what they do. And I roll back to shouldn't you want to know? And it's not like we're making this stuff up, because we're not. We're not doing it for promoting snake oil sales, or selling the Brooklyn Bridge, or however you wish to describe it. We're not doing this for motives that are ill-gotten gain or anything like that. We're doing it because we're sharing the information that we've learned, not the stuff that we guessed on or I read. My cousin sent me a link that got it from his girlfriend that came from his dad that came from across the country and was made in Taiwan. We're not doing that. So I'm going off topic.
I mean, I'm just blown away when you type in Nibiru over on YouTube. All the things that come up, which is just one after another, just wrong information. Just, it's mostly wrong information when you.
If you really go into Nibiru and start looking up what even the word Nibiru means, it means planet of passing. And damn, this thing is passing so close to us that's why it's got its name. Oh boy, yeah.
It's
and it's so blatantly obvious that this is a planet of passing, and it's a celestial event that like no other that we encounter in our normal solar system.
Right. I was going to
say something. Go ahead, Andy. You did the lip.
Say something, Andy.
I didn't say anything.
Say something.
No, but you looked like you wanted to.
No.
Okay, no. I'm sorry. I just read you wrong then. I thought you took a breath and I thought you were ready to say something.
No, it's getting chilly in here.
Just getting.
Oh, yeah. I myself have a small TV blanket over my legs. So
I just wanted to show our viewers what Nibiru actually looks like. It's more like this.
And we've got pictures of the land masses and oceans, and we don't share those a lot, but they are available. And 2012, you could see them plain as day. And unfortunately, I lost hundreds of really good pictures of Nibiru in 2012.
There's
And
not very many good pictures.
yeah, I have to go through. I wish Facebook was a little easier to actually scroll through the site footage. Because there's a file in all of our Facebook sites that has every picture ever posted on it. And I can't even imagine how long it would take me to scroll back to 2012
Oh,
through
right.
that pile of pictures. And it's in
Hours.
every file. It's there.
Yeah.
And all you have to do is click on the pictures on the side, and it's on the right hand side, and you can scroll back through every picture that's been taken for 6 months, a year, 10 years. And some of my older videos, the Understanding the Sky series, I still laugh at those. I don't like watching them, but I look at the pictures that we were showing at with the diagrams, and they're such cool killer pictures. I wish I could just go back and get them.
That's how I'm gonna feel with my phone.
There's a definite Nibiru and Isatim's yellow moon. Yeah, we looked at this one earlier.
Right.
But, and you can see the three little tails around Isatim's yellow moon, and the bottom is glowing. And then I truly believe that the other blob was the green asteroid, because it's got its standard pockmarks. There's the side of Nibiru cutting into the sun, and on the other side is
over and over. There it is.
Yeah, and then I bet you anything that secondary illumination at the base of Nibiru is probably her moons. Because her moons, when I originally saw her moons, they were right there. And then, of course, if you look at the face, there might be the long box cube right directly above that. I see a box.
I'm liking.
Yeah, it's faded, it's light. It's got a little touch of purple going in there. I could be full of beans, but I think I see.
I mean, I do see the darker blue shadow of Isatum, though. When you really see it, you can't help but see it. Then it's right there.
And then you can also see there's a smaller circle over here, a little farther over to the middle right, and it's got some little patch of purple around it, and it's round enough to be Isatim's yellow moon. And then there's a trail going up again.
Yeah.
And then we look at the date, and that was that May or was that June?
It's April 6, 2023.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it has. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I'm reading it the wrong.
Okay.
New Zealand.
Okay, so taken in Europe.
June 4th. Yeah.
It is the 4th of June. Right. I gotta always I have to remind myself of that. Yeah.
I know. That's twice now you got
me. They type it in differently than we do. They give the day, the month, and the year. And we give the month, the day, and the year, and I don't know why we do that. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
You would think it'd be standard.
And I tell you, I studied for the metric system and forever and still didn't get it. I kind of get it now, but I was so, teenage American going, I'm not going to learn that strange stuff, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll go ahead and start.
I'm seriously sorry.
But I feel like it'd be a good time to ask Andy some questions.
Yes, I'm sorry. I do go on.
I'm happy you do. So,
I'm sorry. I do forget. I feel like, I'm just talking on the phone. No problem.
So, Andy, let's just start where you started as far as how you found Sam, like how, where, and when you found Sam.
It was probably maybe 9 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was on YouTube. Was where I first saw his video. I think I was looking for planets or something, and it came up with him doing the pictures with bits of paper.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's when I started to look into it more.
My old cutouts of the planets, colored paper. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I added Montana Skywatchers to my Facebook, and then I think I messaged you, and then you replied, and then that's how we started chatting, and they're sending photos, pictures.
And you're one of our earliest UK members,
Yeah.
and a lot of people went on from there, and then you hooked up a bunch of folks around you that also joined later. So yeah, excellent.
Right. It sounds like you found Sam right at the same time frame as myself and Jesus Marquez. I mean, like 2014 seems like a really pivotal year for several of us. That was the year that we just happened to find Sam on YouTube out of the millions of videos. You know, we just come across Sam. So it's interesting. So what did you think when you started to learn how big and close the planets actually are? I mean, how long did it take you to understand how close they
quite
are?
a while. Yeah, quite a while. You have to keep. You notice different cloud patterns as well. That's one of the things that gives it away. Really, the cloud patterns.
Right. I know. For me, I looked at the sky for years and years, not realizing the planets are just staring me in the face. You know, they're just so much bigger than you even think about looking for. You don't have to look for them. They're just there everywhere. But
I was cycling in the morning, so I could take photos in the morning on the way to work. And then when I was at work, I could take photos while I was serving customers.
I know. That sounds like me too. Every chance I get.
Yeah.
So do you have a preference, sunrise versus sunset? Do you have
I'd
a favorite?
say maybe sunsets are the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this one in the background.
Uh-huh. I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
When was that?
That was only a few months ago. That was in Dorset.
Isn't that view is oh my gosh. I would love to have a view like that. It's just beautiful.
That's my wife's friend's hotel.
It's her what?
My wife's friend's hotel.
Oh, her friend's hotel. Okay.
Oh, what? No printed card with the email address for bookings and reservations? Come on, man. Think ahead.
Oh my gosh.
That's when you hold up the card real fast and you count to 10, and go, here you go for using, pause this now so that you can write this down.
Wow. Yeah. So for those that are wondering what this is left of our sun. So it's like Atu's moon, Atu, Uri, and Saru, which
lead asteroid dead center above the house.
Yeah. Right there.
And it's smaller and at the bottom. And this is this repetitive pattern that we see time after time. And the dark, and we got to say this 1,000 times over. Always look at the dark areas in the picture first. Look away and then look for the dark and then come back and go, okay, look at those dark areas and then work your way to the light. And then you see examples of the divisions between the planets and the overall planets. And then once you understand the patterns of what we see over and over and over around the world in many different color patterns, and yet at the same time, they may look this color or that color in this guy's picture, and in that picture it's orange and and then in somebody else it's dark and but if they're all the same patterns over and over around the world day after day, and I can't tell you how many times I'd go down the page from all the people that send in their stuff on the daily regular thing, where I go down the page and I post the same drawing over and over down this guy's membership submission and this person, and it happens in patterns over and over and over and over again, and it's proven. And Andy, of course, has been contributing thousands of pictures over time.
I want to look at his pictures while we talk some more because they're just so good. But one question I have, Andy, is like, what about your family and your friends? What do they think when you tell them?
My mum and dad aren't really interested in it. They don't believe what I say.
Okay.
But my wife does.
She sees them. Well, that's nice that you have somebody you can talk to about it, because some people don't.
Yeah.
Again, kudos to the wife.
Right. Does she take pictures as well, or most?
I do. She took some pictures on her phone.
Yeah, once you watch the long box cube or the Texas cube go past the sun from one side of the sky to the other up close, you'll go, oh my God. Yeah, and you'll never forget it as long as you live.
No.
You know, it was the same thing when I saw these planets pass by way back in early 2010, you know, and oh man. After that, I was so sold down the river, I couldn't sleep correctly without doing the job, you know.
She likes the clouds that look like bubble bath.
Oh, you
Right.
mean the momentous clouds the size of Texas? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, okay, and this is a lead asteroid.
Yeah, that was only the other night. I took that
Yeah,
in the night.
I believe it.
Pitch black.
I believe it.
That was
And
pitch black. That was.
in front of it
Really?
is red
Yeah, pitch
asteroid
black.
and
Never know.
smaller sister. See, they're stacked 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then lead asteroid is dead center in the back, and then above it is the red, and then little sister, and so it just depends on where they are, and of course, Attu's moon and Attu are behind that in the upper blue dark area, and so the actual sky of what we're really seeing is only that small little sliver down at past sunrise, and the rest is
Just gonna
overhead
see if I-
planet and very close passing asteroids, which still to this day absolutely amazes me beyond belief. And yet here it is again, you know, 50,000,
Kinda like
50,000
that.
sightings,
Kind
hundreds of
of.
thousands. I can't even tell you know, I mean, for all the years that we have cited this over and over again. Yeah, I love the skull asteroid captures that have been coming in for the last 2 weeks. And literally the jaw is a little like this drawing, currently the jaw is a little tip more to the right,
There it is.
but it is looking down. Before it was looking over, now it's actually looking down, which makes it even twice as eerie.
That's creepy.
Oh God, it's like, you know, death is looking down on Earth, and it just creeps you out to see it. But it's real. Even NASA told us it's real, but they didn't tell us where it was. They lied.
All right. Let's go back to where we were. I was just checking the comments. We have Sherry Monday is with us, and Freezy Peach is just now got their notification. They didn't get it, so they're with us today. So I'm happy to see them.
Well, the one cool thing is the moment that the show's over, within minutes, it's posted on YouTube. And I
True.
noticed that. And the other show, the show we did the other night, the 2 minutes after I got off the computer, I went out into the living room, turned the smart TV on, and you had 126 views 2 minutes later. So that's an improvement. It's a good one.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, it'll get better and better because it's, you know, people don't even know we're doing this for the most part, you know, but
Well, I hope we become
Time
a
maybe
you know
they'll-
a thing where we become part of like Jesus likes to listen to our shows in his car when he's working, and I hope we become a
Yes.
thing where everybody says, hey, my show is on, and that's why we have to sort of try to get a regular schedule going.
it mostly is. I mean, I'll say this because Sam has told me multiple times now where the time reflected like on YouTube isn't accurate, but like you said, it said 7 o'clock when really
Yeah,
it's
the notice I got today on YouTube told me that this was going to be on at 7 p.m. And then I,
Yeah.
of course, had to ask, okay, is that Eastern, Central, or Montana or Mountain time? You know, I mean, it's like, So,
right.
and you should maybe, do they let you type the letters in afterwards? Maybe the computer's having a trouble
I'm
dealing with it.
going to put it in the notes. I think I did this time. I'm pretty sure I did in
I
the
don't know if the
comment
computer's
section.
using UTC or what.
Oh, it sets it on Central where I am. It's automatic. I don't even select it. It's just automatically on Central.
Yeah, we've yet to
But-
see the accurate display on YouTube.
That's too bad. I would just say this. I mean, I'm planning on making it consistently 2 o'clock every Saturday Central. So that way it's easy. You know, we're not going to jump around and change the times unless I just have to. And then usually it'll be Tuesday evenings at 9 with Jesus and Sam. So just so everybody knows, we're trying to keep it consistent.
Yeah, we're doing lots of shows. Lots of shows.
2 shows a week, but I feel like it's needed. Part of me feels like it's too many, but also I feel like it's needed because we're hitting different, time frames for different people versus weekday, and One show, like Saturday show, is geared so people in Europe can catch us and not stay up all night. So there's a reason behind
Were you
it.
affected by that storm, Andy? Sorry to sidebar you.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we were hit by the storm. It was windy, but it wasn't as bad as they say it was. I think the other one's meant to be worse. Looking at the I've got an app called Windy, and it shows it coming in Thursday. It looks really big.
Yeah, I was
Really big.
just trying to catch back up. I knew one was coming, but I thought it had dissipated. But I don't know. I haven't looked really today well enough to find out.
No.
I just know that when I told people a couple of days ahead of time that that last one was on the way, because I looked at the millibars, and that was hurricane force.
Yeah.
And they called it on the worldwide news. They called it a bomb cyclone again.
Yeah.
And I went, my ass, So, and go back to that picture.
Wait, where was I? No, don't say that. This one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay,
we all
sorry.
know what that one is.
Oh gosh, bear with me, guys. Every time I touch my screen, it moves. We'll go back there.
Yeah, that's Nepesity. That's planet Nepesity. We all know that picture.
Yeah.
And when she was doing that she did that all last year and most of this. And the axis tip has started in this shot. And then we've even seen some even more extreme axis tips from behind and beside Attu and Uri when they were doing the overhead thing in the early morning, all like a month or two ago. So yeah, that's the bottom base cloud of planet Nepesity, and she's small, but awful nasty.
Yeah, this is little.
Yeah, that's a little planet compared to the other bigger ones, which just still blows me away that, And this one, of course, is lead asteroid crossing in front of Attu and Attu's moon. Quite easy. It's the same pattern over and over again. And if you look in the background, there, Nepesity's back there, probably
right
in the
there.
left.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say this little sliver of Nepesity.
Yeah. And we know the placement is because, they're far apart from each other, but in the out view for centralized, where we've been for the last almost 2 years, where Earth has been in the middle of the group, and they've been rotating closer to us from the Nibiru side, and then the other side has been turning, which is what's created our unbelievably cool view of Attu and Attu's moon, why they were so centralized over the top of us for so long, which did cause volcanoes and earthquakes and all sorts of shit. So, and we know there's probably way more coming.
Checking everybody on TikTok. Things are going well. Kyle is still with us, it looks like. So, and we have Jen from Norway saying hello.
Hello, Jen from Norway.
Yeah, and
hello,
Cookie
Kyle.
is with us.
Did you see the pictures I sent you this morning with the core cloud? Well, that's what it looked like. Did you see it? It was all over.
Who are you asking?
Both of you.
Yeah.
Both of you.
I could go look.
Yeah. They were on the cloud site, and I sent them to you. I sent it to Rebecca as well.
Just gonna check one more thing while I got a nice message from Shelly, and she's talking about how we taught her so much.
Yeah, you mean the Nepesity pictures? I wonder where I ended up.
I'll see if I can send them to you.
I'm looking at Saturn's yellow moon.
The ones that
that you sent, and go scroll up, and then there's like Nepesity core.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Nepesity core. Yeah.
Yeah.
That illuminated core.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, those are awesome.
I wish I'd seen them in time to add them, but I'll put them in the show for
one of them.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to pull up some video. Let's see here. Maybe
I'll
it's
have to
this
save
one.
those later. Yeah, and I'm seeing the core shots you sent through the multi-link PM on Facebook as well.
Mhm.
I'm glad I can be on another screen and still talk. Well, now that's interesting. See that little white blip on the left?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to scream side orb because it looks like
Oh,
there's
wow.
a cube behind it.
Really? Okay. Wow. What makes you think that just location?
Yeah, location and that I do kind of. Wow, that was short.
Well, my screen was froze and then it let go. There.
Yeah. I'm gonna. That's side orb Texas cube.
Yeah, you can see a straight line. Right. Sure enough, I didn't catch that when I
Yeah,
first
these
saw
things
it.
are brief, and well, we've looked at it all of this stuff for so many years that your brain automatically just jumps, to a lot of answers. And
Wow.
the date on this is November 3rd, yesterday.
And then there it is. You can still see it.
Well, we know it's there.
Huh. This is Spain. A lot of these are Spain.
Yeah, they're going to have most of the brunt of that oncoming storm, from what I understand. And then
So
it's going
what's
to
the
run all the way.
current? Yeah, what's
Well, yeah,
currently going on with our weather?
the jet stream is really, really flattened out and spread out, and it it's on. They're tagging everything the El Nino, the super. They're calling it now a super El Nino.
Okay.
And that's because I think our latitude and longitudes have changed, and I think the boil off of the atmosphere. There's 3 jet streams banking into one over the United States. One's an Arctic, one's a Pacific, and one's a Southern Pacific Ocean jet stream, and they're mixing. And they're literally right now currently heading straight over the tip of Portugal and Spain, and then into France, and then splitting off to the north into Norway, and into the south into Africa. So, and currently England and Ireland and Scotland and Wales are all in a rotational low pressure system that is skirting off some of the temperatures, but most of the air is going around them. So they're not suffering any major effects. But that jet stream that's coming off of the east coast of the United States is mixing in from 3 separate jet streams, and it's all going to hit. And it
Oh
is hitting.
boy. And when is that supposed to happen?
It's like the jet stream is like 249 kilo. Let me check the depth. I'll change the depth here and look at a
Yeah.
little higher up. Let's see. They've got some pretty nasty wind right now hitting Portugal and the southern France, and it's pretty strong weather. So they're having more.
We have a question on TikTok also when you get to it, Sam, but if you could just briefly explain why they don't want us to know, why they don't tell us about all this.
Well, like every topic, say for instance, we were to advertise a new square hot dog just out of the blue. And then there would be 10 people that would have 10 different opinions on that square hot dog, whether they would like it or not. And you'd probably get 2 or 3 conspiracy theories attached to it as well. And the point is, the reaction overall of most humans, I think, they probably have polls as to this. I didn't look it up or haven't looked it up. I don't think most humans want to know. I think most people are so, superstitious that they're going to just sink themselves into a tizzy, and we see the end of productivity in the way we'd see a definite change in everything we do.
Because people would know. I think it's because people would know just how much they've been lied to. When you find out that they failed to tell us about this other solar system, then people would realize just how much, if that's a lie, then how much of everything else is.
Oh yeah, there'd be a handful of that, and then yes, there'd be a handful of people that would get in trouble for it because they did know. And then there would be endless congressional hearings about that, which they're doing, by the way, partially right now. They're trying to admit that there's a lot more going on without getting their fingers caught in the rat trap. So it's pretty darn obvious that everything has drastically changed in the last decade. And if people aren't aware of this, then I don't know where they've been looking, because they've either been blind or they haven't been looking on the right YouTube. Because remember, if you want to know anything, it's on YouTube.
Well, kind of. I mean, it is good and bad. I mean, like there's good information and then not good information because it's distractions. But you're right. I call it YouTube college.
Yeah, we have billions of reporters around the world now, and good or bad. For better or for worse, disinfo, ultra info, one-sided info, multi-sided info. And I mean, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, pardon the expression, is now got a web page, and I hope I go, I hope I make it, and I hope I make it. And I'm not trying to do that, but I am trying to get the information out, and we all are trying to get the information out because that's the main idea. We're not trying to make any great deal of money off this, but we are, however, trying to up our research ability and connective ability. But I don't think that a good portion of people are ready for it. And then, of course, there would be a huge rush for people to want to move out of town or question authority or have mental health issues from it or all sorts of things.
Or no, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, some people just aren't ready to find out because it could be scary for them. I don't know why I'm not scared.
Oh,
I just,
sure am.
accept it. Well, but you don't live day and night in fear.
Well, on my last visitation, which was in this house, and getting smashed face first into the keyboard after something had grabbed my arm, and I looked down visually to see that my arm, yes, had been grabbed and depressed by something I couldn't see. That was excruciatingly alarming. And followed by the rest of the incident, which was quite bloody. And I had a huge mess to clean up afterwards. And believe me, I have never forgotten that to this day. And there's nights where it just crosses my mind where I go, you should be a little more aware, a little more cognizant of what's going on around you. And perhaps you're, lulled into a state of being overly relaxed and should actually pay a little more attention. And I'm shocked at that. I do relax sometimes.
Sure. How long ago was that? How many years ago?
Oh boy, that was, somewhere around 6 or 7 years ago. I was talking to a lady in Hawaii, and we were discussing alien locator tags in PM on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I had mentioned to her that I had found one and removed it with an X-Acto knife over time. And I don't need to go into too many details about that. And then I kept having this really weird electrical tingly, strange feeling like if a spider drops down from you on the ceiling and it lands on your hair and you kind of feel like there's something crawling on you. And I kept feeling it, and I kept feeling like there was something crawling on my shoulder, and it was electrical, and I couldn't figure it out. And then all of a sudden my arm depressed and my hand went weird. It was uncomfortable, and I'm looking down at it, looking at the muscles being squished in, but it wasn't me doing it. And then the next thing I know, I'm staring at RGFHI J, K, B, and V up close on my keyboard with my face being smashed. And I mean, painfully smashed into the keyboard. And I was at the time, I was at a little office chair with wheels on it, and I managed to squirt away from the grasp in my legs and the office wheels to push away. And then I ran across the house, and then there was blood and all this other shit coming from the back of my head, and etc. So, point with it is there's so much more going on that people aren't even aware of, and if people were aware of the possibilities of, I mean, they wouldn't even release half this information. That's the thing. So that also then again scrolls it backwards and go, God, why would they release this information at all? Because they're going to lose their jobs, or
Who are you talking about? Like government or who?
Yeah, or there's going to be a witch hunt too. Why people weren't told earlier?
Sure.
And there always is. I just dropped my cough drop on the carpet. Darn it.
Oh, don't use it.
No, it'll be fuzzy.
Oh boy, you brush it off.
It's really fuzzy. Yeah. Okay. I was talking and it just sort of hopped out. Went, oh, okay. Yeah. And meeting ET. Everybody's, oh, I want to meet ET. Well, oh boy, it messes with you so bad. And then I've met a couple of races, and I've spent a good deal of time trying to swallow each one of those events.
Did you, Sam?
Yes.
Didn't you say that greys smell like rotten flesh a long time ago?
No, they don't smell like rotten flesh. They smell like, say, for instance, have you ever been to the desert?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. You, an Italian, a Mexican, and an Indian man who just ate fresh curry are all sitting in a taxi cab 5 miles outside of Las Vegas, and the car's broke down, and you're trying to breathe in that car. They smell oily BO with like people who have been eating curry and Mexican and Italian all combined, and it's so oily that you can physically taste the oil in the air. And they do have a body odor, oily. It's almost like smelling a mink, or beavers have beaver oil. It's an animal with a musky oil, and their skin is excruciatingly weird. It's almost like styrofoam, but it's living and it's oily, and they smell. And we smell to them. They don't like us either.
You saw one in a coat, didn't you? A scientific coat, science coat.
Oh yeah, that was my my psyche eval when I was visiting against my better judgment at a local. Oh God, I hate to say this publicly, but at a local place that they took me to talk about science. We'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. And I went through a thing where they wanted to do a psyche eval on me, and then I walked into the room and I was taken there, and then I walk in and I'm looking at a 4.5 foot tall gray in an actual lab coat, and I've never forgotten that. And we talked and got my. They do the psych out eval on you in seconds because they can read your mind, and they don't even speak to you. They can speak, but they can also read you. Or this one could. I think he was a higher drone level than your standard worker gray, but because from what I understand, there's different levels of them.
Different levels of gray aliens. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. They're like pack animals. They work in groups, and I think they have hierarchies too. Sherry, I would love to know which vitamins, minerals we are getting from this system. Well, everything's coming from us going to them. They have their larger planets. I'm sure they have their own minerals and stuff. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything from them except our lives. And I don't think a level of tech, perhaps maybe a small amount of technology is being transferred now.
What about, is she meaning like from the atmospheres of these other planets? Like you were saying how a lot of our dirt is from space.
Most of our dirt is from space. There's all kinds of stuff. Anything in the periodic chart, which is where we get a lot of this stuff from.
Okay.
Earth's core early on, the planet had, and volcanoes galore, and we pumped up the stuff, and it boiled in the middle, and it iron this and stone that, and it has different types of. There's different kinds of volcanic material, from volcanic glass to almost literally different types of minerals on a spectrum scale. And then of course then there's the interjection between water, or in between hot, which creates all sorts of sulfides in the mineral rock, and all kinds of things happen in the chemistry in hot and cooling rock. And yes, most of our dirt and stuff does mix in from space. There's constant ash and dust and stuff falling in all the time.
Yeah,
So.
I didn't really think about that until you and Jesus were talking about that the other night. I'm like, okay, maybe she meant that. I'm not sure. Sherry, she might clarify.
The minerals that we need are the ones that we're from. We're from Earth, and those are the ones we need and should be concerned about, are natural Earth minerals. And there's a lot of minerals in water, for instance, and sometimes some of those minerals I don't want to, think about actually taking in. But when you boil a pan of water over and over and over again, you get all those minerals on the side of your pan. But some of those could be healthy, or depending on your water source, some of them could hurt. So I don't, recommend taking that. But that's an example of a chemistry experience where you can just boil your own water and see that you're looking at all these minerals coming up from the rock.
Okay.
Even natural springs will do that. They'll bring up all sorts of different minerals.
Yeah, there's like hot springs. I go to there. Or Eureka Springs, Arkansas, and
each area has its own breakup from sulfur and this and that and the other thing, and different sulfides and nitrates and stuff come from the soils.
Right.
Tony gets some good colors in Switzerland.
I know. Don't you love his art, his work?
Yeah.
I call it art, but it is like art. It's just so beautiful.
Now, did he color enhance these, or is this just natural?
I don't know.
I was meaning to ask, because they're fantastic colors.
Yeah, they are always vivid.
I think.
Oh, that's from Switzerland. That's stunning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we all know his work
Gillian.
instantly. There it is. Dun-da-da.
Well, I think it was Leandra. Someone said that there is a filter on his iPhone. We'll have to ask him. Actually, I'm going to invite him on the show.
That filter, it definitely looks like filter, because mine's softer. I know, because Sam, do you like us to put filters on them like that, or just to be the pure picture?
If you were to share, say for instance, I always say share the best of, but if you do, then you show a side picture, it's just a pain in the butt, I know, of the normal one, and that also will teach people how to see more. One normal picture and one lightly colorized, something where you change the depth, or something where it shows you, but don't go overboard. The more freaky. There was a guy this week that's new on Montana Skywatcher 2 that posted something, and it was rather extreme colorization or removal, one of the two. He pulled something in or added something to it, and it showed stuff, and I appreciated it, but it drops the level of usability for everyone. And you want to go as minimal change as possible so everyone sees it. And I would also add, for those of you guys who are now sending live videos, if you could tell us which direction you're looking at in the start of it, or minor comments as to where you are, and then pan slowly. Don't pan fast. You're going to make everybody seasick. So pan slow so we have time to identify what we're really looking at, and then you'll have a very appreciated video. And thank you for your work, citizen science.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at the side of Yuri here.
Get to that point where you're trying to keep it smooth. Let me go back. Yuri.
Yeah,
I see. Okay.
That reddish edge, that really bright red thing that's vertically slightly angled lifting up, would be the side of Yuri or the side of Atu, depending. It's a hard call always, but that's the side of a planet that's illuminating. And there you can see a cut off of a body or an object that's going above it, is cutting off the sun. And of course, you can see the ion trail of a Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side, as usual.
Those two right there, yeah. Looks like
Wow. Looks like Aladdin's lamp in a strange way. It
yeah, it
looks
does,
really
doesn't it?
amazing.
And there's, of
Yeah.
course, that's a pinch between two larger bodies, Uri on the left side, Nibiru on the right. And, you know, we have drawings monthly. My sidebar monthly drawing that I put out recently of a pinch off, which is why we're all looking at these really weird, milky, gray out skies in all of our captures for the last like 2 weeks now. And part of why
Is that
all their
because
fog.
Yuri's closest?
No, it's because they're pinching off the light. They're between. Uri is actually moving behind, and Nibiru is moving to our right shoulder every day in their rotation now that they're above us. And it's being that they're so close and we're so close to them and underneath them, we're seeing a light cut off, and that's why it's being dark to the left and dark to the right, but illuminated in front of you. And you look at the capture of the ground, and it's oddly shadowy, gray, and everything is gray. It's weird. And
It
I've been
feels
watching.
cold as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's part of why we're having the quick changeover of how cold things are. But imagine if we didn't have the block off going right now, how darn hot we wouldn't even have winter right now. I really think that we're
Wow.
way warmer than we're supposed to be.
We're still at 8 degrees. I mean, that's quite phenomenal for us. I mean,
Yeah,
considering like the other night was -1, and then some other place called Dalwhinnie was -5.5,
well,
and that
a
was the
week ago we had
coldest in the
14
islands.
degrees during the day, and we had snow, and now it's 44 degrees and raining. So
Bigger, yeah. Yeah, a couple of days ago, when we went down the side of the hill that I'm on now, you could actually look across the bay, and it was white. It was snow, obviously, all over those hills.
and
So,
here's another example of illuminating asteroid. That's the spiral asteroid. See the spiral?
oh, look at that, yeah.
And then there's the facial pattern on the right-hand side of the spiral asteroid. And then these extra little yellow blips are what makes me think there's a secondary object along with it.
Yeah, it looks like some other kind of chemical in the mix.
There's this other little flip of something coming out, and I've watched that and watched it. And when they do the huge spiral, massive close past Earth cloud thing go by, I also noted those little blips over the top. So that's
Yeah, I've seen something like this week. Yeah, we've seen that on a couple of occasions.
Clouds at sunset. Although there's probably a planet above, but that is more of a cloud effect than an actual planet effect.
So, what is causing that shadow?
Sunset. It's either sunrise or sunset.
Yeah.
And if there's a cloud at the horizon, that happens to us with our mountains up here. If there's 3 mountains in the way, we'll have 3 of those. And then as the sun rises a couple of minutes later, all of that goes away.
Yeah, we've seen it
and you
here.
can see the bottom of the planets. But yeah, that's an over, because we know there's no directional reach out cloud below anything at that angle. That's mostly how I know that.
I see. So I always thought it was like something at the very horizon level.
There's something way at the sunrise, at the horizon line, which is what's left or what is the beginning of our sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
And there is some object, and if you look and you can see that big white cloud standing there right where it's at. That could be even just that cumulus nimbus cloud right there blocking the light.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And that was last week, and we believe that to be the red asteroid. We're doing its cameo.
Seems like we looked at these. Now that I'm looking at them, like, this looks familiar. I loaded a whole bunch of new ones last night, so I'm gonna look and see why it's not reflecting on here.
And that, of course,
what was this one about?
That's Nepacity base core.
Nepacity. Cool. So it's just how the light is reflecting off of the bottom.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
the side that we see, I guess. I
The
don't think
minor axis tip of Nepacity.
yeah.
And that, of
this-
course, that's the same thing. That's
That's
Nepacity
right.
core also. See the 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
And we know that Nepacity base core has 3 definite rings.
Got it. All right. Is this the same, or is this a trail from an asteroid?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
I would be tempted to say trail from asteroid with Attu's moon in the upper right corner.
Wow. Because of the illumination. I don't know.
Right,
Nepacity
because
has
of the
some
illumination.
illumination.
And if you look to the left, it doesn't show base core cloud of Nepacity, and we're only looking at 2
Two
rolling cloud
two
bands.
rows. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, and the illumination has to be Attu's moon right up there because it's way brighter than anything to the left.
Right. I mean, is Attu's moon the only one that creates that really white illumination, or do other planets do it?
Uri does that at certain points too. Uri is very, very bright white. We've got numerous pictures where it's literally just totally white.
Yeah. That's not white.
That's probably Attu's moon and then with the refractive color of a Saturn in the sunset. Because if you look above, you see the bubble on the left picture. There's a sort of a momentous bubbly, and then a purple, and it is purple. That the right picture could be showing lead asteroid going across and causing the shadow in front of said Attu's moon.
Oh, lovely.
Look at that.
There's the same 2. Literally, remember that picture where we counted the 2 just a couple pictures ago?
Yeah.
It's the same event where you could have Attu's moon up in the corner here in the upper right corner, followed by this could be Snailfoot from planet Attu as well. That 1, 2.
Got it. Dang.
Oh, lovely.
And so on this one back, if you had to say where the color was coming from, what would you say? Mostly
Attu purple.
Okay. I was divided on that, or I sat him, but
yeah, but then we can't call planets because of color.
one or the
learned that
other.
the hard way.
Yeah, that's a
And
big.
This is a light focal, and I think this proves that we have two light sources. Because we know, and we're looking at the picture, that apartment building there, that tall building, the light is directly behind us. And this is like if you were seeing a backlit crescent flare. This is us looking out of a backlit crescent flare where the light is going through our atmosphere and focaling around the back end of the light. And if there were 2 suns, there would be the bright yellow one and then the other colored red one. And there you have 2 light sources.
Of course.
We've talked
I always love Nepacity. I think might be my favorite. If I had to pick a favorite, it might be Nepacity.
I had somebody come down on me big time down a page and saying, I said this and there's no way it wasn't anything but HARP. Oh God, it had to be HARP.
Oh yeah, I was going to say HARP. Oh God.
Yeah, and
they say that HARP.
We don't want to get flagged, so we've all said it now, and well, let's change, the subject. But it's, and then, how do you know this? And well, I have read some things in my time. And then they, then they were, and then they went on about, well, you never prove anything, blah, blah, blah. And we know that industry that everybody knows about is so old, so antiquated. You have to also understand what it was created for. And I'm not going to give you that answer, but I know what it was created for and why. And it didn't work, and they found that out. So you're like misjudging shit because you got it from the wrong source, and I apologize for that. No offense intended, but that's a really outdated practice of that division. And next
on HARP, you mean like it's just?
I'm trying not to mention it.
I know, but in general, wouldn't you say that's mostly a distraction? Mostly.
Yeah, because it's not even a viable project that accomplishes what it was originally created for.
I see. It just seems like a convenient distraction.
And they retired the main facility in Alaska, the original facility in Alaska, years ago. And then they say, oh, they moved it and they're doing different stuff. And yeah, well, they did different tests on different this and found out that it also has ramifications that they dare not use. And so.
Right. Trying to make it to where that light isn't just so obvious. It was gone a minute ago. Now it's here.
Yeah, just put it behind your head and it'll be a nice halo.
Right.
Saint Rebecca. Hi, Saint Rebecca.
Then we get a lot of views. That's not a bad idea.
You're awful quiet tonight, Andy.
Yeah, I've got to go now, I'm afraid. We haven't eaten yet.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, I know.
do
It's
listen
later
to
for
you
them.
myself from time to time on doing shows, but thank you for being here.
No problem.
Right. Thank you, Andy. We'll have to do this again, okay? You have to be a regular.
Okay.
Regular, Andy. All right. Well, we'll see you soon.
Yeah. See you
Take
later.
care.
Bye,
Bye.
Andy.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Down to 3.
Oh, that does look like a halo.
What about you, Gillian? I know it's like what, 10:30 your time.
Yeah, no, it's 26 minutes past 9.
Oh, not quite as late then as I thought. I'm gonna take his out. Let's see. Kick.
So what other subject can we talk about then?
Well, we should, of course, talk
There.
about the planets. But
Gary said, "See you, Andy." Well, yeah. Let's see. Do those straight lines? This is from a moment ago. I think he's talking about those rays. Do those straight lines of rays curve with the Earth's curvature? Do you know?
Generically, no. It'll go straight back because it's a cutoff of light that's moving straight, and it's not obstructed to go around it. But although some refractive amounts of light do stay within the atmosphere and bounce inside the atmosphere and out the center focal at the end of the light, because it continues its path. But no, not necessarily. In space, light travels pretty much straight, unless it's refracted and angled by another object.
These are just some video. They're not current, but they're kind of cool. You know, they just show a lot going on, of course.
And a lot of what people don't get is illumination above the clouds and the actual direction of the light. Like we're looking, the light is coming from here, it's coming from there. And then over time, we learned when these superior rounded edges that cut into the sun, that cut into the sunlight, and then suddenly create a flaring situation, because we watched thousands of hours of animated footage over the years. And you learn to and you'll catch one where it's just absolute, you can't argue it. Look at that big round thing cutting off half the sun. And this is, of course, where a good portion of our captures and our stored single pictures come from. And then there are people like Rebecca that are the fan, moreover, of live video. I myself do a lot better with still pictures than I do with some of this. Ask what that illumination to the right is. The left on that, what last video we were looking at. It was way more illuminated to the left than it should have been. Cutoff flares.
Right. Well, you mentioned cutoff flares. I thought, well, I have pictures of that.
Prime
so
example of what I'm talking about. You can watch 10 minutes of footage and see 2 seconds of this.
Yes.
I'm a stronger fan of these single captures because it shows you you get the chance to study the angle of the refracting light, where all of a sudden there's these little mini little shafts here and there and there and here. If you look at the water and you see how thin that shaft of real sun is, it shows you that what we're looking at in this picture is flaring out because it's actually being really cut off from space. It's not the clouds. There's a refraction going on here. It's a big flaring. And we're looking at the side of a very, very large planet. And of course, that's when we check the date, the 4th of June of 2023. And that fits
Yeah.
with exactly what we knew was happening and where Nibiru was. And that the Saturn was coming in, and the Saturn's yellow moon at that time was much smaller than it currently is. And so, this is how we do this over and over and over again, by seeing it and seeing it and seeing it. There again is, I believe, because of the size of this, I believe this to be lead asteroid crossing in front of the sun, below Atu's moon on the left, probably about 2 years ago, maybe 3.
Yeah.
And because we've seen these patterns and over and over, and because I do the site drawings, I remember this. I remember what happened when.
Yeah.
I keep track of it.
I
So
mean, I'm just thinking
but-
as an asteroid, that just kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, and I've often wondered, and then of course we do have many close-ups of the lead asteroid, and we've seen the facial, and it does not have debris pockmarks like moons do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have any water on it or anything that we could call it a planet by any means, so that we know that it lead asteroid. And we've also, of course, seen it come in from tiny and illuminating for many, many years, got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we saw all the stuff that came along with it, which of course we didn't really see at first. We just saw that it in this rainbow, really cool cloud pattern way back behind it with all these fanned, whatever it was stuff inside. And then now that we see how big the lead asteroid and all the little stuff behind it, and then of course we've cataloged the red asteroid, the blue asteroid, the green asteroid, tan asteroid, spiral asteroid, etc. over the years, because they've been recognized over and over again by site members for over a decade.
Right.
I remember
This
this.
one's so obvious. I don't remember if you sent it to me. Maybe you did, but it's just so obvious because it's, going straight across the sky. And that's the first indicator, either it's like got a great curve going across the sky.
This is the one that I thought was 2 separate planets.
Yeah, it looks like it.
There's one on the right and one
I
on the
do
left.
see that. Yeah, I do see it now. You
And then the
mentioned
illuminated
that right there.
asteroid up above on the left.
And then one down here.
Around through that thing. Okay, who's is that your smoke alarm battery again, Gillian?
Wait, no?
No, not mine.
Wow. Okay, wasn't mine.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Could
These are
be.
those new ones, aren't they?
What's that?
The wing flare sunrise, or sunset wing flares.
Yeah.
They're new because I saved some people sent some in the other day, 2-3 days ago, and
Uh-huh.
I saved a few of them. And so there's some really cool shit going on in approach and movement. And boy, I tell you, I don't know how I'm going to draw this November's drawing.
Really?
Busy.
It's time to start worrying, again.
You'll get it figured out.
Oh yeah, the trick is I just got to spend every day looking and try and place it in my head where everything is, and that's how I do it. There, of course, again is Atu's moon on the left, and Saturn's yellow moon on the right.
Just gonna put this out there. If anybody has any questions for Sam, go ahead and put them in the comments. And
How many people are watching that? I can't see that.
there's 31 showing up on StreamYard and 12 right now on TikTok.
Oh, wow. So TikTok's actually active.
Seems to be, yes. Yeah. So I'm just,
Come on, guys, we need a couple of million. Share with your friends.
how does it? I know. I mean, I'm trying to think.
Maybe
of,
we need more drama.
maybe.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Next thing you know, you'll have all the troll squad out. man.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we've not been hit very hard with trolls in general. We've had a couple today, which is more than usual. So just a couple.
Yeah, I went through
Just a
about
couple.
3 or 4 this
Yeah,
week
not
myself.
bad.
And I got to hear some original lines from a few of them, and
Oh.
it's always good to hear an insult you hadn't heard before.
Okay.
Yeah,
Really
then you're
is.
looking for a meme that you need for them.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Yeah.
My favorite one I pulled up this week, and I just said, in the modern internet age, ignorance is by choice.
Yep.
Right.
I love that one. That's a really cool one. Mhm.
So is this it? Uh-oh. Where'd it go?
That one's Yuri and Isatum.
Yeah. This
Ooh,
here,
look at that
though.
thing. Wow, look at that.
Now that is, I think we argued over that one once before.
Sorry, guys.
Depending on, not an argument. It's depending on when it was taken. If we had a date on that, I could tell you what it was, because there's so many things in there that I see that doesn't make exact sense. I'm tempted to say it's 2015. But
Which picture? The yellow
the
one?
one with the yellow
That I
and the
keep
orange.
going back and forth on. Okay, let's go back there.
Yeah, that one. No, I'm interested in the illumination of that's off. We know the sun is the thing that's at the lower horizon cutting into the mountain. Then there's that big yellow cut off cookie. Then there's a dark, larger object to the top of the picture, and then the smaller semi egg-shaped oval that's in front. And then also the left thing beside the whole mess. If this was 2015, 16, I could tell you what it was. But I'm having the oval shape does not look like lead asteroid. We know that Attu's moon is oddly weird oval with a small flat spot at the back. We know that Saturn's yellow moon is sort of shaped like that.
Whoops.
And if it was 2015, that big yellow blob could be a Saturn, which would make sense. But if without the date of this capture, I can't tell you.
Hard to say for
there's a
sure.
lot going on in this. And next question: is it filmed through glass? With
True.
the flaring and the lens flaring. So I was questioning. It's a great capture. It shows you there is shit there. There's stuff there, but it's not. Without a date, this is not catalogable.
This one's cool because you can see, like, it doesn't look like anything is there, yet there is something cutting into the left side of our sun. Super obvious.
Yeah, and then ion trail all the way across. So that's the Saturn's yellow moon. And then above it is Attu and Attu's moon overhead, and then off to the left is Yuri, and you can see the stripes.
Yeah.
And Nibiru's in the far behind on the right-hand side because it's in June of this year.
So what is it that's going just right across the sky? Like, is that Nepicity?
No, that's the ion tail of Saturn's yellow moon going all the way across the sky at just above the sun.
Okay.
Nepicity is higher up and back behind. You can see a little touch of green straight up of that from the ion tail, just straight up underneath Attu and Attu's moon.
Wow.
There's a little.
It's great. Yeah, when you say there's thousands of miles between them, because it looks like feet, it's just so close.
Yeah, they look like they're just that little bit away from each other.
Remember, if we go back to the June drawing, I think one of those months, I didn't include Nepicity in the drawing because it was behind everything.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's right about this time.
Okay. So, lead object.
Look at that thing. Yeah, the white blob just above there.
Yeah, that's got to be lead object because it's in June 19th of 2022, and we know lead object was doing that, and Attu and Attu's moon were on the left, and Nibiru and Isatum were on the right at that time.
Right.
So, and we know that lead asteroid kept heading towards Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon at that time. Or this could even be illuminated as Saturn's yellow moon itself, size-wise, but I am more inclined to say lead asteroid.
Okay.
Whereas Saturn's yellow moon would be the left roundish object. I mean, right side at the horizon rounded object. This is the side of Uri, plain as day.
Wow, look at it. Like
Course,
something stuck on the face of it.
Yeah, that remember that some of the rings of Uri are see-through at that level. They don't go out that far. They're different empty spaces. And then over on the left, the whitish illumination stuff is the Salamander asteroid group and all of that. And then on the right-hand side, you have the fire-like face of Isatum's yellow moon, and Isatum in the upper right corner with Nibiru doing the cutoff flare.
Yeah.
If you can look down to the water and see the actual size of the sun. The rest of that flaring is around the face of Nibiru.
Yeah, it's like the sunlight. You can see on the water how it's coming to a point.
Right. And that whole extra flaring directly above it is all off the face of planet Nibiru.
Wow.
Shows you the size of the round, and you can see the white thing. Just like this. And yeah, this is one of my regular.
Isn't that?
And this is way back in 2017. And you can see the ion trail of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon.
Yeah.
And on the other side is Uri with Attu and Attu's moon in the far left corner. And that was way back in 2017. And in the mix was Isatum was moving and Nepacity was there, but it was much smaller at that time. And so was Isatum at the time, way smaller back in 2017.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Right. Just so people who aren't familiar with what we're talking about, but whoops, like these shadows on, trying to go back to that picture, but these, these particular curved shadows on both sides of our sun are the shadows of planets. That's what.
If you look at the picture, it's really milky. Go back to that one if you can.
Sure.
It's really milky on the left and on the right, and that shows you that there's a cutoff going on. And the only actual true illumination on the picture itself is if you look down at the center, where the tanks or the probably grain storage tanks, the grain storage tanks, North Coast Chimney, Calm Primo, New Zealand. Okay, they're probably grain storage tanks, but they're illuminated and everything else is cast in his shadow. And that's what I keep talking about that's been going on, is this pinch of light, and nobody gets that it's happening. And it just blows me away, because when I go out and drive, I look around, I go, God, how can nobody notice this? Because it's weird.
Right. Yeah, milky, gray, and even kind of yellow, yellowish. I see a lot. But that, that's just a perfect round shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when that one was taken. This one is, oh boy, this one is 2019. Oh, yeah. Dr. Phil.
I remember that name.
It's 1919. Oh, yes, it is 2019. Here I'm guessing. And then I look over and go, yeah, okay, I'm right.
Right.
Yeah. Dr. Phil and we still use a couple of his pictures. And
haven't heard from him in ages.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him.
Well, I kind of know, but yeah.
Okay, well, no worries. Tell me later. And this is this is like 2014 when we first saw Attu coming in front of Uri. And we realized that there was a round thing over there, and after numerous pictures. And it was very strange.
Look how little Atu's moon was.
I was just looking at the
So
moon.
little.
Oh, we flipped.
We've come a long ways.
When we first found out that it was purple too, and I have a couple of pictures I still use of that when we found out it was purple, which
Yeah.
differentiated it from striped gray, white Uri, which is how we could, hey, and that's when we realized that Atu matched the descriptions that we got from the Pleiadian messages from 2008 and 9. And so after that, that's where the names just got immediately doled out, going up. That's purple Atu, all right. And then after that, we spent our time describing it to everybody.
Checking the comments. Anna is asking, is the lead object, the lead asteroid, is it solid?
Yeah, it's a big round ball. It has, it's got like 3 upper stripes in the upper hemispheres of it. There's a nudge on the right-hand middle face where there's a sort of a lump that shadows. And it's got a couple other stripes on the bottom of it, but they're not as pronounced. It almost looks like glacial scarring on the side of it, but we know it to be probably metal because it doesn't have any asteroid or pockmark debris marks on it. And it's very smooth. And we've got dozens of pictures of it up close. And we've gotten those since, 2017, 2016, when it first was visible. That and the big 3. And this is, of course, when we discovered that there were multiple asteroids that were colored, etc. And then we started cataloging them in space shots as well as member sightings. And when all of those patterns matched up, we knew that this was a regular thing.
We get this question often about there being 3 suns.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah.
You're mixing lore with science. And point of view is, if we were to attribute that 3rd star, we would have to say this is a trinary star system. But we know it is a binary star system, and we do know about when you start adding names Horus and Seth and Ra, we're talking Egyptian lore, and the Egyptian archetype descriptions of the planets were given gods' names, but then they had a pantheon of gods, and so there were so many more attributations that you can't directly run off of Egyptian lore. You can use it as a part of the puzzle piece, but you can't use it as the whole puzzle. So you can't sit there and say that there are 3 stars. We know there are 2. And then there is the tool star, which is another thing I don't regularly go into, but that is not considered a separate star. That is a tool or it's a placed technological mini star.
Okay. And this same person, Sun D, they're asking if they can post a video. They want to see what you think about it. I don't see it. I don't think you can post. Well, let me look and see. They're on YouTube. See, I don't think you can post videos in comments on YouTube.
I wouldn't know how to do it. There is the present option, but
Right. So, but he says down here that he posted it, but he's not sure if it's there or not. So I'm a little confused.
I don't see any.
I posted it. I don't know if it's there.
If I hit comments, I'm going to get booted out and have to come back.
I posted it above, and I'm guessing.
Above.
Yeah, it says they're on YouTube. I'm kind of confused on where. I'm gonna be looking for it, Sunday. I'm curious. He says there again. Oh boy. What's that? Yeah. And then Michael Hall is saying that looks like one of my captures from 2014. Sam used to use it. I'm curious which picture that was, though. We've passed a couple since then.
Yeah, this one's 2019. And you can still see the ion tail on the right-hand side, and you can see Uri on the left. Here again, Uri on the left, ion tail on the right.
I mean, that one and this one are almost alike, very, very similar.
Yeah. And it largely hasn't changed a great deal from right to left to right to left like it used to. They were doing a whole different dance than they are once they got larger.
Yeah.
And I was expecting some level of switching places because At2 did. At2 kept hopping from right to left to right, but Nepacity did. But now that we're rounding so close into Nibiru and Isatum on our right shoulder as we face the star, Uri is moving farther away to our left shoulder and north in the north sky, and yet it's so large that it's still majorly visible.
You said talking about Uri being
Majorly visible, yeah. Well, it's moving farther away. It depends. It's your point of view, of course. I'd have to describe it as you're facing the sun, but morning it does one thing and evening it does another. Yeah, this goes back to when Isatum's yellow from Dr. Phil, and when that was first moving in, and right now you're looking at more over of Nibiru than you are Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon. And because it was much smaller, Isatum at this time was literally the size of what we've been looking at. It was the lead asteroid generally, and it's small and circular, and it's directly above Dr. Phil's name on this picture, and that's when Isatum was still very small in 2019.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have.
And that goes back to a couple of drawings, and we have a couple of pictures that I think it's currently the main page picture on Montana Skywatcher 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I still have that as the main site, the main current site picture. I look at it and here's early. Well, yeah, the red and the green are Isatum and Nepacity of the tip of Newmeyer Station there, with Uri behind them, very large, and then Nibiru is on the right, and then Saru is on the left.
So the green Nepacity, the red Isatum, and this curve right there. Yeah.
That little blip over there, it's either Matim or it is a lens flare, and I most of the time believe it's Matim. And Matim is very bright and smaller than the other two, and which shows you the size difference between Isatum, Nepacity, and Uri, for instance, because Uri is behind them and filling from middle right to middle left, and then Saru is lower and under and behind Uri, and Nibiru is lower and filling the entire right side beside Uri.
Yeah.
And that was way back in 2015. And the freaky thing about it is they showed up down there, and we got some really good pictures, but literally by the time we understood what we were looking at, they were bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It was just like, oh wow, you got to be kidding me. And then I sat out here from the sky outside in my yard and watched in 2012, 2011, watched Nibiru get bigger and bigger by eye. So,
right.
And then, as long as I looked south, you could see them.
At what time of the day?
Pretty much most of the day.
Okay.
And now I don't have a great south view from my house per se, but when I did drive into Missoula, it was usually midday, anywhere from 10 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoonish. And you could midday and you could just see them, and they got bigger and bigger, and it was really cool. And you could see land masses, and you could see over on Saru, you could see, it was greenish blue, and you could see Uri back then in its entirety with one view, and there's the stripes. And it was just cool. And I tried to tell everybody that, and they just thought I was out of my mind.
So one question I have is, like, how did you know like Yuri was Yuri? Like, you know, how did you know what names lined up with what you were seeing?
Well, we resorted back to that copy of the banned video.
Yeah.
It got banned in the United States, I think, around 2011. And then I had sent a copy of it to my friend in Germany, and then talked about it on one of my early shows about wanting a copy back. And then he came up with a German version of it. And it was the exact same thing, except it had a German heading on it. And I kept that, and it's managed to stay ever since. And I have a copy of it, and I post it occasionally.
Was
But
it
had
English
name-
before?
Excuse me?
Sorry, was it English before?
Yeah,
or
the title heading on the video heading, when you
All right.
the thumbnail, it was listed in, and I think I somewhere even have a copy of the English version of it again, because it came back available. But it was actually banned in the United States for a period of time, and then I got a copy back.
Crazy. It's just
Well,
crazy.
there's a lot of stuff that is banned in your country. There's a lot of stuff that's banned in Canada. There's a lot of stuff that's banned in Alaska. There's a lot of stuff that's banned all over.
And we try and watch your videos when you send us music videos, and it's just a music video,
right.
and it's you
right.
can't see it.
Copyright and all of this other stuff, you know, and copyright infringement, when none of us are trying to go for that. You know, we just want to share our music. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. It's not like we're doing anything. Wow.
Yeah. You know, it's not like Napster back in the old days where everybody was having to download copies.
We haven't watched that this episode, but these are the asteroids that were captured recently from the ISS asteroid field moving by, along with what Sam believes wasn't it the 10 asteroid you said?
Oh, really?
We'll see here in a minute, but yeah.
The salamander group, it bears the shape of the onset of the base cloud of Uri, you know, and we know because it starts out on the bottom and then it builds up, and all of a sudden then it's just mass.
Oh, really? Where is it? Is this it? Oh, haven't seen that. Oh, is this it coming on now?
There it is. Yeah, there it comes.
Oh, wow.
I mean, something's creeping by, isn't it? Look at that, girl.
Oh my God, look at that. It looks like a great giant black thing with pop marks all over it.
And there are many people that will tell you that those things actually look like spirits as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
but didn't they say that they were chained to that stuff?
Right, I've discussed that with people, and this is where the term, I believe the term wormwood applies. And
look at that. Oh my God, look at it.
It does look like, you know, millions of spirits and souls and faces. And if you're
that was it. I'm gonna start it over. But
so and I've seen that myself by eye, and I thought that I saw a whole lot of stuff in there that's pretty much literally scared the crap out of me, and I agree with them. It's not something I generally bring up as topic, because I don't want to put people on edge. I don't want to scare people.
People manage to scare themselves just looking at
it. There's plenty of fear porn out there, and of course that's how the fortune of the shit gets around. And I mean, look what's going by here. There's a lot of stuff singing all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, the shadowing this week was just crazy. And then, of course, you know, they always show up and try and hide it. But the more they try to hide it, the more obvious it is.
I watched a couple of occasions of that this week, where all of a sudden there's just this one lone trail being pumped out. And I sat there and I watched, and lo and behold, you know, there it comes. Just, thank you for letting me know it was on the way, you know.
Yeah, I was just going to go to work, but that's all right.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Now I can look at what's behind it. Thank you, because you're letting me know that it's coming. You know, and it's actually gotten to the point. You know, I used to get mad like, you sons of bitches, you're poisoning us, because they were, and they are, and they are of course not doing it near as heavily as they used to, because I'm sure that shit's expensive.
Someone's got to pay for all that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's us. I'm sure we're paying for it, but
feels like us, yeah.
That just to me looks like the onset of passing asteroid field. I swear to God.
Just look at it. Look at it. It's like in Battlestar Galactica or somewhere they showed us
like you're flying through
yeah,
some sort of a nebula.
yeah, the debris or something. It's like
Right.
mist and haze
And it's separate in little groups, and it's pushed out, and it's
yeah.
regular, and then there's the dropping, ion drop of cold clouds and all of that.
Wow. I could sit and watch this all night. That is so cool.
And I was thinking, oh, what if it's a giant space man of war, jellyfish, space
Yeah.
life form? My brain actually went to that for a second too. It was like, wow.
Yeah, but you know that I watched something called Ashoka, and it's this one of the Star Wars offshoots, and they had space whales, and how they could use their body electrics and energy
and they
to
can actually travel through
hyperdrive. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
Wow,
I truly believe in space whales. There's got to be life forms out in space because there's all kinds of gases, and I'm sure that they are animals that can thrive and manipulate. I mean, because if you can be a crab at 8,000 foot below, living on the side of a sulfur acid vent in some volcano and crushing pressures that would destroy us a million times over, and yet they still live down there, I'm sure that life lives out there too.
I'm sure it must be incredible.
We've seen pictures, we've seen NASA footage of rods and stuff, and these, like almost like Star Wars Minox, hanging around the space station and shit like that, and they got to go out there and get rid of them and all that kind of crap. So
I'll bet.
it's just like Star Wars, Minox are eating the power coupling. We got to go out there.
Oh, have to do a spacewalk. Oh.
This ground is really squishy, and they've flown down inside of a large space worm that lives in a space asteroid.
Yeah, it's this. Once your brain starts opening up to all that stuff,
yeah, I'm sure that we're tiny little speck in comparison to the reality of what's really going on. So
phenomenal, phenomenal,
tiny and small, and our problems aren't that big.
Trapped in here. All right.
So, have we got any more questions around?
Let's check the comments and see where we're at. We haven't really.
Why are there so many shapes in what?
Let's see. And
in the same in the sky? Are we talking cubes or are we talking planets here?
Why are there so many shapes I see in the same in the sky? Shapes. I mean, there are so many shapes, though. There's like squares, triangles, rectangles, circles. Every shape you can think of is part of this.
And we've been documenting all of this and the sizes and everything, and and people report it from around the world every day on a number of sites, and we get together on that number of sites, and we all talk between us, and that's why we're here doing this live podcast, so we can talk to you and tell you, these shapes and stuff have actual meaning, and we're not guessing because we've documented them. Excuse me.
Anna is sorry, Sam.
Go ahead.
She was asking about how all of this is because of the weird weather and earthquakes that we're seeing. And I mean, like, yes, that's absolutely, she's absolutely right.
Yes.
It's
plus, boil off and, they're even having problems with the Panama Canal being low on water. And our water's being boiled off, and that boil off is also going up into the atmosphere, and that's directly sun related. But the passing planets are also having geological effects, and we've documented that as well. There were sightings during the major Alaska earthquake series that we went through about 3 or 4 years ago. During that time, we had direct pictures and captures of Attu's moon being directly over, and it was visible as hell. And that's when a lot of the geological stuff happened. And we've seen tidal waves and tsunamis in a series that we've never seen in recorded history, all happening in a very close period of time to each other, including the 250,000 people who died in 2009. And then I should be careful on the number of people I'm quoted being the amounts of people I'm quoting, because that can lead to disinfo calls. According to so-and-so, you're wrong. So I should not give out those numbers. And then a great deal of people died in the Japanese tsunami of 2011, and that was a great tectonic release of a subducted plate zone off the eastern coast of Japan. So yes, there's definitely a lot going on, and this is also part of the process of the passing of the planet Nibiru and then Earth's rebooting of the factory commodities, which is why we're all here. Nicole, we didn't see you as trolling at all.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you
a
for your
whole different question.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. I didn't see you as trolling, and I don't mind the question at all.
And we have Willie D.
And
with
yeah,
us. Hi, Willie. He always calls me boss lady. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah. And big dog.
hello, Willie. Thank you for being here.
Big
Thank you
dog.
for listening.
Yeah. You got to think of a nickname for Gillian next.
Oh, God.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
Let's see. Sherry says that she felt some shaking in Tennessee last night.
Oh, wow.
Let's see if I can get. I don't know why I'm experiencing so much lagging today. I have not had that trouble up until now, but it's very noticeable.
Yeah, my other phone is so far behind.
Yeah. Anyway, it's moving now. I think so. Okay, good.
Well, there's a registered 2.5
There it
in
goes.
Bryson City, North Carolina, and there was a 2.9 registered Bennington, Kansas, and there was another one in the same, or two more in the same area, I believe, two more, and a 3.4 in Bennington as well, and then another one in Kansas. In Prairie, Kansas, there was a 2.5. Let me rescope the listings here and see if I can give me all magnitudes. There were three in Oklahoma.
Oh boy.
Wow. It's a lot.
And she
I've
said
only felt a
Tennessee.
couple.
Let me connect this. Oh, come on. I'm like clicking on stuff and not getting what I want to do. Never mind. I just made it. Anyway, yeah. There were quite a few central United States earthquakes last night I had not noticed. Like I said, I got distracted by the mouse this morning. I didn't do my homework. Uh-oh, you guys caught me. I didn't do my homework.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
always
now
telling
you have
everybody,
to
do your
double.
homework,
Yeah, do double. Turn it in the morning.
Okay, I'll spend an extra hour, I swear.
Yeah. So Brigitte, she's asking about when is the best time? Any suggestions on filming the rotation of the planets? That's a good question for Jesus. He does those really great time lapses. But what would you say, Sam? When's the best time?
Well, it depends on your weather. And your view, because you have to go to your parking lot, and I have to sometimes drive all the way into Missoula just to see, depending on our local weather. Well, the best times are, of course, morning, mid-afternoon, and nighttime. And if you're going to do mid-afternoon and you want to see some good planet effect, then look south. But then remember that stuff that's going directly over the top of us. So, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then don't forget to look up. And then start at dark areas first. And it's also now going to the north. So, do the parking lot 360. And find the dark areas first, and then in your area you'll find your best places to film from. And then a lot of the times, you can film and you don't get anything, and then there's a once in a lifetime chance where you get just the best that it ever was, and that happens all the time for a lot of people. And some of the serious shall we say citizen science pros, as some people call some of us, as the pros sometimes say, oh, it's like damn newbies, they get the best shots, because sometimes they just get them. And we've even talked about some of our trolls. Some of our most adamant trolls actually post some of the best shots.
Yeah,
so
that it's true though. I mean, they are capturing some of the best captures, yet they don't want to accept this information or see it, for reasons that have nothing to do with the sky.
And
So
I also at times I wonder if they're fabricating sometimes, and I hope that's not the case. But then I pretty much don't add it to the overall of what's going on. I don't use their material, and I pretty much had to be careful of other people who do.
I understand. I just figure it's shared. It's been shared to the world. It was on the internet for any and everybody.
Right.
You
And
know,
that's how we, everything that's submitted to Montana Skywatcher, we and that's been a years long disclaimer where we assume they're for scientific study. And like Michael was talking about earlier, that's one of his pictures. We don't sell your material; we just share it and we use it for science, and that's why we claim a level of ownership for the pictures and why we do type on some of them and alter some of them with tags and labels like Montana Skywatchers or Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Followers or Montana Skywatchers Anonymous or Montana 1 or 2 or even on my own wall. We use your pictures because they're citizen science reports and we see them as credible. So be thankful. And I'll say this again, if you want credit for your pictures and you want people to know that that is your picture, then put your name on it, tag your name and the date and location on it before you post it, and then it'll help us also, and then we can give you credit for your stuff.
That's a great idea, because it's easy to do, because there's so many photo editors.
Well, I have people get mad at me. Well, you used my picture and you didn't tell me thank you. And I always tell everyone when I save a copy of their picture for the files, and it's I usually stick to member. I don't go hunting around for a bunch of pictures off of other sites. I stick to our sites and the stuff people send me mostly. Now occasionally I'll take one or two I find myself from other places that because it's just so prominent I have to. It's like if I don't get a copy of this now, I never will. But I've told people you definitely tag your photos, and then you can get credit for it, and then you won't be mad at me because I used your picture because it's a really great example of a great capture. Plus, if you put the information on the side of it, the date and where it was taken and whose picture it is, then we'll know more about the background and whose work it is and credibility and everything. It'll speak volumes just off a few lines. Yeah, you got your little white light looks like a space station now.
Is it? Well, I turned the light off. Yeah, we have a few people hanging in there on TikTok. We got a few watchers. They're taking all of this in. So until we can connect directly with them, thought I'd include them. I thought of a question I wished I had asked Andy, so I'll save it for his next time. But I'll ask you, Gillian, what was it that, when you found Sam and everything, what was it that he did or said or showed you that made you believe this was really happening? What was it about all of it?
I remember the week that I had started seeing Saturn. I had started seeing something coming up the ecliptic of where I stayed, but I didn't even know it was called that. I didn't know anything about it. I just knew that I was seeing this blob, like a fat blob, and it had like a thickness around the middle of it. And it was really, really obviously had great big lines around it, like that. It just looked like a mustard shaped blob, but it looked like it had a wing around it. And it was next to the sun, and it was about the same size as the sun. And it was like such a dark colored, but it even looked like mud, because one of the other people looked at it and said, looks like somebody threw mud up there. It looks like a mud ball. And then we kind of went into karate. And then when I looked the next night, same time, there it was again. And I thought, but the word Nibiru keeps popping into my head. But I just don't think that that's what it looks like. I just have to go and Google Nibiru. And when I Googled Nibiru, to my great big shock, a whole bunch of words popped out like sites and stuff. And I thought, oh, that's right. I mean, the last time I seen the name Nibiru was in a Zakaria Sitchin book, and it had always stuck in my head for some weird reason that we would see these times again. And then I didn't think about it again because I was 21, like 24, around the time when I started working in the library and seeing the books again and started thinking about, oh my God, that planet could come back, and but I hadn't thought about it until I seen the word Nibiru had all these titles underneath it. So then I thought, oh, what the heck? And I went to the internet cafe and it only had an hour. And I pressed the button and it went to something called Nibiru Rising. Nibiru Rising?
Yeah.
Nibiru Ascending. And that was how initially I seen Lindsay and McKenna's group. And inside Lindsay and McKenna's group, there was another dude. Him as well, like his name starts with an S, but it doesn't come to me right now as well. But he had apparently got cancer as well, but he was one of these guys that did walkabout and went to Arizona and places like that. I'll get his name in a while. But then I pressed Nibiru Ascending, and one of the first things on the way down that I seen was Sam's picture. And I looked at it and I looked again and I thought, wow, I'm sure I know this guy. Oh, I'll just open his one then. So I pressed it and it opened and there was like, oh, Montana Skywatchers. And I thought, well, that's leading away from this other site, this cool site where this other guy goes. And he talked about the Indian reference to the blue and red Kachina.
Yeah.
And there was that. And then I decided to be really brave and post my picture on Sam's site. And then I'd take a picture of the first ever time I'd seen a chemtrail. And when I started posting my picture, they said to me, oh, if you post your picture, they'll for sure put a chemtrail over it. And Suvar, like they say in South Africa, is so real that the next night I was a great big fat ass chemtrail across it. I was like, well, shouldn't say the word. It was just like so bizarre. And then I sent the picture away and I thought, oh, well, he won't even notice. He's so famous and stuff. Just not important. Why would he notice? And it was even while I was just still on the site, just ready to leave. And he went, I see, I sat him. He said, I see, I sat him. And I was stunned, like, oh, I was so scared. You get that heart racing thing when Sam said something to me. Oh my God. Oh, he said something to me.
He said something about, I know. I do know.
And I was like, oh, how could I ever see it even? Like, how's it? Blah, blah, blah. And I digress. That's how I seen it. And I'll never forget it because after that, and then another time I asked something else, and then he answered me again, and he said, because we repel. And I was in tears for a week. I was so grateful I wasn't gonna die. I was at least gonna see them.
Right.
Because the next thing you think of after that is, right, now we're all going to die. And then I seen something about the Cobran saying, like, the destroyer smacks us. And I was like, oh, my gosh. No. And then every time I got, like, an extra bit of money, I would nip off to the internet cafe and press the button and look for Sam's face again until he said I could join the site. And then I was happy I could join the site. And then I could send him the pictures. But that was the same week that Matthew Oy joined as well, and Jesus. And I seen those two dudes' names, so I started like talking to these two guys that were the same sort of bubble age as me, like we're a week old here, like ooh,
Right.
But yeah, that's when I first talked to Sam, and I think I was like, my heart was racing. It was like, I can't believe the guy talked to me.
No, I totally get it. I mean, it's funny because I joined within a few weeks of you, not long.
You must have done as well. You were there as well because Lindsay said to me on her sending site, only you, she felt, was seeing the big planets too. And you kept on about faces and stuff and angels and things and seeing the
Mostly
souls
faces.
or the spirits or something like that. The faces, I think that is what popped out for you.
for a
Yeah.
while.
She got in trouble for that too.
I did.
Yeah. Remember,
got
I
in
said
trouble more
dragon,
than
and I got
once.
my bum smacked too. Like,
Yeah, I've been in trouble more than once. Yeah, but
I-
a learning curve.
yeah, but
I'm just sitting here smiling and listening. So
No, I mean,
and
I
then
made 4 different face videos. I mean, I was deep into the faces. I really was. And
Yeah.
now I'm like, Sam, I'm like, no faces. I don't even want to talk about
no
them.
faces, they're critters. They're not
No
faces, they're
faces.
critters.
But
Don't see
yeah, I
faces.
definitely see them. I made 4 videos about them. There's no question they're there. I don't know
But then I
why.
wanted to fight with him about faces because I was teacher training, and they told us in teacher training that a human person's brain is trained to see a face because that's just how
Really?
your brain's wired to look initially for a face, because the face gives you sustenance. And it was such a powerful concept.
right
I
side,
never
left
forgot
side of
it.
the brain.
But
Yeah.
We see
here's
things
my
in
question.
two ways.
Here-
It's just predominant in one of our sociological behaviors usually dominates. But there, you can look at a picture 5 different times and see different things every time.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Well,
pareidolia
how come I
issue is
went-
one. But
yeah.
well,
I mean, I went my whole life, 50 years, let's say 50 or 48 years, never seeing a face in the clouds once.
Yeah.
Never.
It's
And then
crazy.
one day, all of a sudden, one day, and I can even go back. I have the photos on my
Yep.
Google Photos. There's a certain day that happened, and I saw the faces that day. All
And
of a sudden,
the first time I seen the
for the
cube,
first
I
time.
will never forget the cube. I
Blown
seen that in
away.
the March to April. I was stunned, and it was
Yeah.
an incredible picture, even if I say so myself. But I
Yeah.
got like moving pictures of it too, and I just stared and stared and stared at it.
I
thought,
do too.
I was like,
I'll get the video. I'll try to get it if I can with my phone situation, but I'll show you all next week. There was a certain day. It was April 20th. April 20th. I remember that, and it was like 2017 probably. And
mine was February, March 2017, because that's when suddenly it was like I wasn't at school anymore. I was at home. I could do whatever I wanted. I was the boss. And I
Yeah.
would see the different things up there. And I thought, damn, it's like there's water in the sky. It is so weird up there. And, and Sam was back then laughing at me too, saying that's because you're seeing water on another planet. You're seeing features. I was like, duh, what? What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
know.
even the cube sightings, the early cube sightings, you could actually see the construction, and you could see the holes, and
Yeah, it was phenomenal. Wow.
ships around them, and it's like, oh my god! And like the time I saw the Empire Orb, or the time I saw the Skull asteroid, you see these nuances up close by eye for yourself, and you'll never forget it as long as you live. You just don't.
No, it was like my life swerved in another total direction.
Yeah,
Then it was
and
like,
I can remember my knees buckling on, more than one occasion, and literally my jaw
Yeah.
dropping open where I had to physically put it back up with my hand, going, wow, and there are times I wonder what my neighbors must think of me, and I'm out there going, wow, I'm about melting in the street.
especially the lady with the little peak house across from me in South Africa. She became quite demented with me. She was like, don't you know you're not supposed to be blah 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 and a whole bunch of other things. And I was trying to tell her, listen, man, I'm having a surreal moment here, man. That's no cloud.
Somebody
That's
gave me some really good mushrooms, man. No, like Mark says, he couldn't publicly look up around his village, and I could, I'm so overwhelmed by it when I walk out the front door. I don't even bother to worry about what my neighbors think. So,
luckily for me, it's just the train if it goes past that looks at it, because the other wee ladies are, like they're older ladies. Like I suppose they thought I would fit in right nicely here, but they didn't realize I'd be out with my camera phone and my dog going. But I've got the whole expanse of sky out in front of me from east to west now. I'm like
Yeah,
fully sloped. I'm like,
really nice.
see it when it comes up, see it when it goes down. Let's not be at work all the time. But then you go to work. Well, bummer. But, you know,
Right. I
even
know.
going to work, they were like, we thought you'd get here faster on an e-bike. I'm like, oh, shit.
I found that when I was mountain biking regularly in Missoula, that you could get to the mall in half the time than driving, and it was like, wow. And that's just because you get to go through the lights differently and go around traffic and all of that.
Oh, they've got nifty little bike paths here, Sam. You just go down the little path,
Yeah,
down the
yeah.
brae, like down you go.
Yeah.
Nice. Only thing you've got to
We
remember
have
is where your brake pads are.
we have miles and miles and miles of side highway bike paths here, and they go all the way to Idaho and all the way into the other side of the state. And
Should
that's
get my
a great
e-bike
tour.
in my bag and come visit.
It's a great tour. I mean, you can ride the Hiawatha Trail into Idaho. It's just phenomenal because there's several railroad lines that have closed over the decades, and then they turned those into actually well-paved bike paths. So
I'll still have my dream of coming to America. I'll never stop. But it's like
the old consumer dollar, or tourist dollar is panning out.
we'll need to find one of them portals, man. They say that there's portals or like
Well,
there's
we're still
underground channel, there's underground tunnels that link the countries.
Yeah. So they say. We still need that philanthropist to open the Skywatcher Foundation so that we can.
Well, they've got to be out there somewhere if we just keep shouting loud enough.
Funding so that we can get.
I really
get our
believe-
worldwide members
right.
joined on the team.
It's so doable. I mean, there's the right person
Well,
with the ability,
I mean, the only way we're
financially
ever
to
going to get
help.
any other money is if you have millions of views. And I'm,
I know.
pardon me, I'm a little bit skeptical at this point in time because I've been trying to get this out for a decade, but let's hope and pray that it does actually get out and people kind of, word of mouth, and, hopefully we'll do enough shows. Of course, we've done hundreds of shows already in certain ways. So,
Right. But here's what I get this reminder all the time, is it has to, if what the Pleiadian told you is true, in that you're in their history books, at some point in time, this has to become, very well known. Why else? I mean, unless it's something they're in the books.
I question, will this occur within my lifetime? Let's
in your
hope and pray,
lifetime.
Right.
And
but
at some
yes,
point,
I would really, but very much like to benefit from some part of this. And yes, I have the knowledge of that my paper was accurate, 30 some years ago, but 40 years ago or whatever. I'm not doing math.
Yeah.
So let's hope. And I do have, I have great joy in being accurate, and I have great joy in being right, and being comfortable that yes, I have a level of intelligence that I can actually claim as my own. But when they did my IQ test and all of this and told me all the stuff, I sort of stuck it on the shelf and went, okay, but what does that really mean? Because I never viewed as having a very high IQ as, the end all of everything. And so I thought everybody knew all of this stuff, from 1978 on.
No, not everybody by a long shot. Most people don't.
Well, I assume that most people have a basic understanding of chemistry and shell structure, and that apparently isn't true either. And, there are some things I'm smart about, and there's a whole bunch of stuff I'm awful dumb over. And wow. And, and I didn't even realize a lot of this until after I got on the internet and I had interaction with people around the world. And then they were going, no, I never heard anything about that. And it's like, wow, okay. Perhaps,
Right.
Perhaps I am educated in other things that other people are not. And I'm more than willing to share everything that I truly have taken the time to learn.
Sure. Sometimes, I was thinking the other well, I think about this often, but it's like I feel like an unlikely candidate in all of this only because I don't have a lot of training or knowledge on science and chemistry and, space, any of it. I mean, I just got involved because I liked to look at clouds and take pictures of it, that, and then the colors, it was just capturing my attention visually, and that's
Yeah.
what drew me in was really what I was seeing. And it just finding Sam though was just, by just happened.
Yeah, how did you find him? How did you find him?
Yeah, I was hearing stuff about Nibiru and I found him on YouTube when I did a search for Nibiru, and not too long into it, I mean, pretty quickly, I found it was a Radio Wasteland interview.
Oh, no, I never even knew they existed for years. I only saw Understanding the Skies. And I remember always waiting for one of them to come out and then just about shoving everybody off the chairs at the internet cafe so that I could get there first. Because they used to come try and fight the wee kids off, the wee school kids off, because they all wanted to go play games. Now, I didn't want to play a game. I just had like this hour at night after I was done with school. Get lost. My hour on the go play your game over there, and the other guy was gambling, and he was gambling over there. Oh no!
Huh. Oh boy, how many seats are in an internet cafe? How many?
Let's see. It depended on the one I went to was a Nigerian one. It's probably quite dangerous to do stuff like that, but it was a Nigerian.
That's where my brain went to. Wow.
A Nigerian internet cafe, but the guys they were ace at computers. They were just absolutely ace.
Get out your fez as you go in so you can fit in. You know what a fez is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Get out. Wear a fez when you go in and in a big long cloak.
No, these were brothers, man. They were brothers.
I'm just joking. I mean, I would love to own a fez. I would love to.
No.
I'd like to
some
own
of them, to be fair, some of them were Muslim, and the other ones were just high religious.
I'd like to have some of those really long shirts that they wear, with that Indian men and Muslim men that were sort of like a night shirt, but it's like, cotton and all of that and thin weave where actually, and you could walk around in your underwear if you wanted to. But I've actually wanted some of those, and I could never get anybody to send me one. Corey, I tried to get Air Force Base jumpsuits too, and I could never get any of those. But anyway, I was going to use that for an armor onset where you just crawl into it.
Yeah, the guys were, like I said, they were really amazing. They could keep the computers going like nobody else. But a couple of times I crashed the system. I remember getting into a NASA website once that crashed the system.
Yeah, anytime anybody sends me any government information or any NASA or anything, I don't open it anymore.
Yeah.
I learned the hard way. I'm on my 15th computer, knock on wood, may she last forever. And that's a lot of money every time for me because I have immense amounts of pictures to lose.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I do need to save again and put
I need to get some flash drives.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch. I just need to get up and do it. And it takes a couple of days. That's the thing, and my computer's down.
I wonder about the life of I had SIM cards, not SIM cards, the memory cards inside my phones. And I've just found when I moved now, all like a bag with my memory cards in. Wow. I wonder what their life is.
I really truly recommend people get yourself a home computer if you really want to do this science and you actually want to see better examples. By having a larger screen, you also have a larger capacity for saving. You don't drop your phone and then lose it because it got wet if it hit the wet grass or whatever, or in somebody's drink, or in or if you're at a Thai restaurant and you drop it in the hot soup or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I recommend, if you really are serious, get a home computer. It is well worth the topic, and that's all I run is home computer. I cannot do cell phones because I fry them. I fry electronics.
Mm-hmm. Is it mostly like the smaller ones? I guess bigger ones, TVs, computers, not so bad, or?
I've had issues. Well, I don't often get angry, but I've actually fried. Um, I'll give you an example. I was working at the airport lounge in approximately in 2000 and prior, a few years prior. And they brought in a whole bank of brand new casino machines. Up here in Montana, they have casino machines, and they're usually run in electronic banks where they put 5 of them of the same machine in one electrically connected bank. Well, the service guy was bringing in a whole new bunch of 5 brand new machines, and he was cleaning them up, and he was wiring them and checking them, making sure they were running. And he got them off the dolly and had them, and he said, we're gonna move these into place here in a few minutes. And so I walked over there with a roll of paper towels and a spray bottle of Windex, and I sprayed the paper towels, not the machines. Okay. And I touched the top of the machine with the paper towel, and a lightning bolt jumped out of my chest, and I fried that entire 5 bank of all 5 casinos.
Oh my God.
I moved some of their fuses out of the back panel while this guy's, trying to close it up, and it's all hooked up and ready. And he goes, "What the hell did you do?" And I said, "I don't know. I touched it." So me and
Hope
electronics
they didn't
don't get
charge
along.
you.
No, what did I do? I just walked up there and I tried to wipe some dust off the top of it. So, and literally the lightning bolt jumped from my chest to the front screen and the middle screen that I was, near, and they went down, and they had to haul them, put them back in the truck, and they hauled them away. And then
I
later,
bet you shock a lot of people, just like,
well, when we walk in the store, my daughters stay away from my shoulder.
wow.
Did they do it too?
No, but I shock them. It's like, I'm a capacitor. I draw in power or something. And I can't wear jewelry. I can't wear watches. I magnetize watches. I tarnish untarnishable jewelry like sterling silver, which is not supposed to tarnish. Turns black in about a week if I wear it. And I have some jewelry I really love wearing, but I tarnish it so bad, so fast, I have to constantly clean it.
So a leather thong would be advisable.
Oh, baby. Yeah, right. Uh-huh. I'll practice my
I mean,
my
not that one.
I'll practice
fell
my
into that
Tarzan
one.
yell. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a strange world.
Is that something, when did you first notice about the electrical situation with your body? Is that something that you learned early on?
Yeah.
Or?
Oh, well, yeah. Weird shit. I've had weird shit happen around me my whole life. We drive and travel in cars, and there's lightning bolts that go through the car. And I guess that's not normal for everybody. I didn't know.
No.
Okay. Well, that happens when
not.
I travel. We get lightning bolts in the car, little purple plasma that jumps from one person to the other, to the seat, to the steering wheel, to the roof, to the next person, and everybody around that gets shocked is slightly uncomfortable.
Upset.
Yeah, they get a little mad when it happens. It doesn't really sting me that bad, but it stings. It stings, but it's not that bad. But everybody else around me that got hit by it complained far more than I had experienced. But it's happened 4 or 5 times in my life where I'm traveling and you go over railroad tracks or over a river, and there's lightning in the car. Like, okay, whatever that is. And then I've gotten mad and fried electronics around me within a certain area of me when I'm losing my temper. And it's not something I want to brag about, but
does seem to happen to a lot of us when we're emotional. I do light bulbs. Light bulbs are my thing.
Well, yeah.
What is that?
Everybody needs to learn what an indigo is, and I am not average Joe Facebook. I'm not going to try and brag, but I'm also not going to try and suppress some information. And, if you were to talk to me personally across the coffee table over coffee, we'd have a different conversation.
So what do you do with light bulbs?
Try them.
Oh, really?
Depends on how angry I am when I hit them, because it seems to happen when I'm emotional.
Well, if one hits the light bulb, then what do you expect?
I didn't technically hit it, Sam. I just would go,
oh,
oh, geez, man. Bash it like
right,
not
right.
even bash
Okay.
it, like press
Yeah.
it with your
So you,
finger, like in
yeah,
a normal civilized.
I one time got really angry at my children, and several electrical items in the room that I was standing in fried, and they visibly fried, and they jolted and sparked and never worked again. So, yeah, I understand.
I probably shouldn't say that on air because now they'll be worried about what I was doing to the giant
We need to
iron at work.
we need to have a look at Gillian. Let's send the team. Dun
Yeah.
dun 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 dun. Yeah. Well,
Watching to see what I'm doing with the iron tomorrow.
and
Yeah, they came
we at
into
this
me and they
point,
said tonight, "Why does that thing always smell like it's smoking when you're on it?" I'm like, "What? It's not smoking. Look at it. It's mist. No, that's smoke. Open the door."
you go.
It's
Well,
like,
then don't point fingers at people because you could fry them. She's a
well, I don't know.
witch, and don't curse people either. Yeah, no, there's a lot more power to humans than humans realize. Because we have the same power as the demigods above us that live thousands of years, but yet we burn all of ours out within our time span. And of course, I don't want to teach the wrong things to certain people, and I would love to teach more to other people. I'm definitely, if I ever got the opportunity to form an ashram, I would, because there's a lot I can teach personally. I have taught people how to find source, and once you connect to source, it's rather unbelievably emotional experience, and there's a lot to it. And if we could just only raise our funding, if we could just get the word out, if I could actually just form a place where people could come together, where we all start having a common goal and seeking common safety. And because we're coming into times right now, look what's going on with the wars and all the crazy. And I'm not trying to fear porn dump, but I'm telling you that what we know is what used to be normal is no longer normal. It's not. And so I'm trying to plan ahead for that. And I've tried for years to get people to come together so we could form what I would commonly call an ashram collective. And I'm not talking communist or anything crazy like that. I'm talking about reasonable common sense with a formation of a council and everything else. So that said, we're still looking for that philanthropist that's going to basically, start us off funding. But the only way that you can be a philanthropist for all those people who are out there listening right now is by sharing our video with at least a couple of people, so that hopefully they will watch it and get this message and actually try to understand that this information is for you. And we do this for free. And yet we'd like to go larger. We'd like to go bigger. We'd like to affect more people. We'd like to have a larger message, a larger collective, and a larger unification of our group, where we could actually join or meet or live together or do whatever. But we'll never see until we get there from step one.
Seems like a lot of people are feeling that urge just now because there's a bunch of groups out there. I mean, I've been sort of group surfing a lot of places, and it seems to be like a collective kind of urge just now to find a group and do a community together. It seems to be a strong urge
finding
just
out
now.
there's more going on. People are finding out we're being massively lied to, or not lied to, but not informed on purpose
And manipulated so badly.
Manipulation falls into the receiver as well as the sender. If you let yourself be manipulated, if your bullshit meter doesn't go off and tell you something's wrong, then you kind of almost sort of deserve it. And I hate to say it that way, but ignorance is by choice, because we all know there's something wrong. We all know the skies aren't right. We all know that climate change is not right. We all know this is not the weather we grew up with. We all know that people aren't behaving the way that they're supposed to be right now. And yet we look the other way and allow it to happen. No, we can't do that. And I'm not talking about rising up against any government or seditious behavior or conspiracy behavior or anything like that. But I'm talking about humanistic, taking care of each other, because damn it, our food supply is in deep shit right now. Right now.
Oh.
The freaking Panama Canal is drying up, and the half of our world commodity trade supply line that we all live off of on a daily commodity basis that affects our economy and everything else is all balanced on this. The Mississippi River is drying up. There's commerce being not shipped, and there's stuff that's going to go bad. And if we're already reduced in our food supply in the norm, including the closings of manufacturing facilities that make bread. I mean, have you seen the price of a loaf of bread lately? Holy crap. $5.50, $6 a loaf of bread. Hello.
Wow.
Either I'm buying the wrong bread or somebody's overcharging me. You know, and then we went through the egg thing, and that's because they had to kill all those chickens and the turkeys. And I mean, look where we're about to go through. Let's see what Thanksgiving costs this year versus, you know, we're in trouble.
Yeah, because I mean, how many turkeys around are there? I mean, if they've gone and killed off all the birds, some people ain't going to be having a turkey for Christmas.
What amazes me is how fast everyone forgets. We've had pig cullings, we've had sheep cullings, we've had chickens, turkeys, eggs. We've had vegetable calls where, you know, there's so much salmonella coming over out of the Mexican border because they have no water either. And so they're turning to gray water to water their harvest. And that's where salmonella comes from, is a less than reputable supplier of fruits and vegetables, just trying to make a living.
It was Legionella they had here on that boat that they were muttering about. So they're obviously trying to cover something up with that.
Legionella comes from, that's a bacteria inflammation that gathers in air conditioning systems where they haven't been cleaned regularly, and the filtration systems develop a pneumonia-like carbon problem when you had cooking oils and you had cigarette smoke and other things like that, and other smokes, and everything through one filtration process. It has a tendency to call it, this is the same thing that killed millions of babies in India. When you cook in your kitchen and then you sleep at night, that oxygen moisture gets to the ceiling, that creates a Legionella-like bacterial lung infection scenario. And in the case of the ships or the industrial air conditioning systems, it becomes more. And that's where Legionnaire disease and all that becomes this bacteria that becomes airborne that you breathe in because there's moisture added to it, and then all of a sudden it kills you. And it's also fungal and other shit. It's like 3 kicks in one or something like that. It's really gnarly. Took them forever to figure out what the hell that came from, and it's just bad. See, they don't have individual air conditioning systems. They put in these large, giant air conditioners for one building, and they should never do that, including hospitals, especially hospitals.
Well, that's why everybody says you get sick in a hospital.
Right, because you're breathing everything on the 5th floor.
Recycled air, recycle everything.
Pump down to the 2nd floor or the 7th floor where you have the COVID and all that shit, and they don't change their ceiling tiles, and those are paper, and all that paper's floating through the air because it's all decaying. And I even talked to a doctor about the paper on the ceilings, and he said, I never thought about that. And I said, well, okay, that's why I'm a genius. And I at that point in time, I was bragging because I think about I think about shit that they don't think about. And it's just like, excuse me, but you want me to go into a building where 50,000 sick people went in there and breathed, and you left them there for 40 minutes while they were waiting for their damn appointment? Excuse me, I don't want to go into that because you're creating a biological hazard, and people really and we're having that in our world, and that climate change is creating that too, with bugs and spiders and diseases, and and the Black Plague is back, and some idiot brought that out of London because they were digging up the parking lot, and then they went into Yosemite, and then they got the animals sick somehow, and then that went into Oregon, and now it's all over in the Northwest, and the Black Plague is back. I mean, what? Hello, we're and then
we're sharing everything just now.
And let's talk about Fukushima waste. They're dumping that shit in the ocean now. Everything in the Pacific Ocean is radioactive. Don't eat the fish out of the Pacific. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. Canadian thyroid cancer. I got thyroid cancer from a rainstorm.
I think my biggest. I feel like one of the worst things we have going on is plastics. All the plastics that are piling up. Just it can't go anywhere good.
Well, the PCB,
because it doesn't go away. It's there forever.
The PCBs are changing our RNA, our our offspring DNA side of our 2-strand. We have our DNA and our RNA, and the plastics are. And this is why I tell people, don't drink. If you put a bottle of water in your car and you leave it for a month, don't drink it, because
Right.
that plastic container is an instant cancer causing agent, because those plastics are breaking down and they go into the water, and then you drink it and it goes into your body, and it affects your subatomic RNA, your ribonucleic acid strand, and it will affect your offspring or yourself. If it affects your current DNA or your main strand, where it messes with your atomic structure, which is where cancer forms, because one of the protons or neutrons in your shell structure is out of place, and that's atomically a radioactive decay of plastic. And we created that because we started creating synthetic plastics rather than natural plastic. If we would have stuck
Right.
to the nature side rather than injecting ammonia gases into petroleum and all this other stuff that we created, which is knocking the chain in a synthetic that is now completely embedded in our food chain from overuse since
Right.
1973 on, and we're in deep shit no matter how you look at it, and it's up to us
Right.
to
Because we
change.
went for how long using, right. We've been using, pottery and glass to store food in forever. And then a few decades ago, it flipped, to mostly plastic.
Well, the
I
plastic's
don't
in
know.
our oceans, the plastic is in our fish, and then we eat the fish, and then the plastic is in us, and the plastic is in, ground up mill feed for cows, and when they started feeding cows to cows, and then we ended up with mad cow disease and all of that. When you're breaking the food chain and you're putting things that don't belong where they don't belong, and plastic was a really cool invention, but they went way overboard. They just made plastic bags huge. I mean, and yet I still take them at the store and I hate it every time. And yet, and I reuse them for more than one use. But the point is we're never going to be rid of this as long as we keep making them. And let's go to hemp production, because you can make 1,000,000 pounds of paper out of hemp, billions and
Yeah,
billions of,
I've seen a post about hemp as well
and it
recently
grows
this week. I
across.
didn't get around to reading it.
You could
Yeah.
cross you could cross hemp and
But
bamboo fibers, and you'd have a
they know
literally a
this.
permanent
Right.
lifetime paper, a paper that would last forever.
Right.
You can make clothing out of it that lasts forever. The original blue jeans from Levi Strauss were actually made out of hemp fiber, and they stopped making it because the pants lasted too long, and they
Oh,
wanted
yeah. Let's
and they
not.
they turned to cotton to sell more.
Well, there's a lady called Katie Jo Borer. She's very excited about the
Right.
plastics that you're talking
Yeah.
about.
She's in agreement. She's in agreement that how bad
Mm,
plastics are. Right.
Well,
yeah, I can see.
it's a decaying product, and even we buy stuff that China's making for us, and then you take it off the shelf, and it's been there for 5 years in this box, and then you put it together and it snaps. Or you buy your children some sledding, those little cones with the two handles on it, and you sit down on the snow and you slide down 5 feet and it snaps and breaks, and because this is plastic that's degrading, and it's dropping gases and shit into the ground, even, and the ground soaks that up, and
Yeah, it
Yeah.
happened to us. I mean, one of the totes that they took out my storage, the wee guy just picked up the tote to bring it into the house and it disintegrated into bits. It
right,
just fell apart.
and that's an example of radioactive decay. And that means it's a non-stable compound, and shows you within a period of half-life how long it lasts.
Because
And
nobody dropped it or anything. It just he picked it up
yeah,
and it
yeah, you
literally
can leave it in your
disintegrated.
car or your truck for a year, and it got hot and cold and hot and cold and hot and cold, and then all of a sudden it just breaks down. And even just heat has a great deal to do with it. But plastic is not stable, and over time it wears down. There's a thing they used to make called Bakelite. I don't know the exact chemical analysis or how they made it, but that shit still existed and it's still perfect to this day. I don't know why they stepped away from it. I don't know what it's made of, so I can't say whether or not it's good or bad. But anyway, we're completely off topic talking about crazy shit in our environment and the
But it's
food
part
and-
of it's part of it, Sam. I mean, our environment and ourselves have been massively affected. And if we go to doctors and that, they'll be telling us how to get more chemicals into us rather than
right.
saying that they don't know, or let's get
Yeah,
a test.
I truly avoid all the medicines and stuff because most of that is synthetic chemistry they're trying to have us take. And if it's not a natural derivative out of, made out of this root and that plant herb and this extract, and I'm not sure I want to take it. I don't think I want synthetic products in my body. And I mean, I
I'm
went
so
through that with
allergic to every second thing that I just don't know. I feel like throwing my hands up and going, but I know if it's got that chemical or that thing in it, there's just not even any point in using it because
right. I do stay
they
away.
gave me medicine and I just haven't used it because now I looked at the ingredients, which they don't tell you about when you go to the doctor.
Remember when we were talking about why the government doesn't tell us?
Right.
Remember one of the reasons? Money.
Yeah.
Because then they could sell us all these products that we shouldn't take, and and keep paying our taxes, and they can stay in their cushy little jobs, and they can know about it, and they can fret and worry about it, and before they send their children to college and buy that extra lake house and a better car that we don't have, and they don't tell us because it's going to literally change everything we know. And part of why I was arrogant as a teenager is to not know the ramifications even of my paper, nor I wouldn't have changed my opinion, but I wish I was even aware of where that base idea. I mean, not that my base idea should have had any influence on the entire planet in any way, shape, or form out of the blue. Anyway, it's not why I wrote my paper, and I didn't think it was going to be earth shattering. I just thought it was the way that it seemed that it had to be. It just we had to have a binary solar system in order to account for that jog in the orbit model of beyond Neptune, for instance, plus other things that Einstein said that I didn't agree with. And it boils down to there's so much more going on that I think we should be clinically responsible for in all of us and in everything we buy and everything we do and how we treat each other and everything else. Because there's so much more happening right now. And it's a freaking unbelievably cool show. And I mean, for all the suffering that we do, boy, I'm enjoying the shit out of this ride.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
It
Something
seems
to focus your camera on.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with an itchy chin watching you pet your cat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm joking, because I'm
He's
allergic
feeling
to
it from
cats.
across the world.
It's a subconscious thing. Don't worry.
Oh,
Well, it's the first time they've actually come near me since obviously I brought them home the little furry brother.
yeah.
And they're little
they're
furry
mad at you.
brothers. Yeah. And well, no, that it's not so much that. They sleep on the bed and stuff. But he's kind of more proactive about getting in and sleeping on my pillows. They're like, excuse me, that was our bed. Like,
Yeah. They're
you
I
know.
wondered, but they're pretty good friends, you'd say? They get along pretty good? Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Well,
pretty good. They're pretty adorable. I mean, today the wee dog was discovering. I thought he was discovering water. Not today, but like in the past couple of weeks, I've noticed he does a thing. He'll drop something in his water bowl and then act like he's apple bobbing, but he's going boom with his nose as well. Oh, I was canning myself laughing. I was meant to be getting dressed for work, and I was just. He's so clever. I mean, wow. And you just wonder, like, half the people could be that clever,
There's another sociological example of why they don't tell us pecking order. They found out first how many people are actually greedy enough not to tell.
How many what?
I don't think a lot of honest people would think about it that way.
Say that again. How many?
How many
What
greedy people would not tell
Oh,
on purpose?
Yeah.
Like I know, and I'm not telling anyone so I can benefit of it for this
uh-huh.
or whatever, or
Yeah.
they don't deserve to know, or and
Yeah.
and this is when we originally started talking about it earlier on. There are like about 10 different reasons why that we're not being told openly, and
Mhm.
most of this scare the living shit out of all of us. Really
Well,
would.
it really would just, break down an entire system, because one, it's like a chain reaction, and one is connected to another and to another. Once you, start that process, it's unstoppable, really.
You could almost compare it to like when the Romans left England, I believe in 475 AD, somewhere around there, give or take. And then history records it as the Dark Ages of England from then on, and they weren't, but it could be catastrophic, and most likely it will have some turn of event like that where we are going to physically change. And that also goes to back, like 1980, when I'm getting involved with the non-disclosure agreement and everything. And I've always personally felt that if we did have this information openly back then, I believe that we'd be the Jetsons a little bit more. I think we'd all live a little bit more like the people in Dubai do, with the millions and billions of dollars. And whereas if anyone has not noticed lately, America, we're not so shiny and polished and clean anymore that we used to be. And I'm seeing an awful lot of Americans just throw garbage out the window all over the place. And the gutters and the streets don't look so good. And the bridges are breaking down. And our hospitals are old. And our schools are
Kind
really.
of sounds like South Africa. Mhm.
Yeah. And I'm kind of going, we're doing a lot of finger pointing, but we're not doing a lot of fixing here, folks. So, where do we want to go with this? If we're going to be, part of the future, then damn it, let's grow instead of fighting and being crazy and greedy and holy shit, what's going on? And probably a lot of the mood and the temperament and behavior is coming from the planets. I think it's affecting us in many ways. So,
If they manipulate the environment, we're part of the environment. So yeah, it just filters through into our body electrics.
we know the animals are feeling it. We know we're feeling it. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we've had reports, people talking about their ears going crazy, or the headaches, or the body aches, or the nausea, and all of this, and they completely don't have any clue why. And it's catastrophic, and a lot of people are even ending up in the hospital with these occurrences. So,
Oh yeah, I was really sick the other week. I said to you, it was out of the blue, literally out of the blue.
yeah,
And work felt like it was heavier than heavy.
right.
And I'd done that shift, and of course you want to blame that shift in that department, but why? It's not like
Well, I've been
you
trying to
don't
tell
work
everybody
hard.
it's exterior. There's these events that are happening to people all over the place because the planets are going by, and all of a sudden your inner brain goes, "I can't do this," and down you go for one, medical reason or another. And there's just been a lot of it, and we've had numerous, thousands of people commenting, typing up banners, going, "Did anyone feel this? Did anyone feel this when this happened?" And yeah, there's so many. There's so many of these reports. You can't discount them. There's just so many. So it
Can't
is
hide them either because now they're popping up all over the place. So
right. And we also remember the crazy sounds in the sky, and we've had earthquakes up here in Montana that we feel the wave that like we've never felt before, and you know, and the birds singing and the animals acting all weird and all that. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that there's huge, huge drastic changes going on in the sky above us. And so, if anybody really wants to get on board with the people that took the time to investigate all of this for the last decade while you were busy looking at your phone, here we are today. And I'm not trying to be insultive, but I mean, this is what we've done.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done a lot of hard work. We've changed a lot.
It
Well,
sure seems like it could have been well thought out in advance by design, to get people to a point to where they're, overly distracted with incorrect information. So when this time arrived, they wouldn't have to worry about how to explain away anything. It's already handled.
Well, if you know you can't save everyone, what do? You save as many people as you can, and so then you start segmenting segments, and then you got to weigh things logistically, and no matter how it's sliced, it's not a good thing for everyone. So,
No.
Just had to run for the charger. Sorry. Phone at 5%.
Uh-oh. Yeah. I've noticed, and Jesus has noticed, that even if the phone is plugged in, it being on live is too draining, and it will still.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's not charging so good. So
one question I saw, he says pending. Okay, Sunday sent a video on.
Yeah, he says he sent a video to Nibiru.
Okay. I'll check it. I will check
Nibiru
it.
followers anonymous. He says it's pending.
Now I have to step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Sure. Let me just look and see if it's something I can get to.
Yeah, it's really freezing.
How is it? Is it chilly there where you are? You're in Scotland.
Yeah. Well, it was a bit hectic, but earlier on it was lovely. And then it suddenly, like about 10 o'clock, you could see all the stuff starting. You know how it starts all close around the sun?
Right.
And then there's a mist.
Okay.
Just
right.
Everything, just like a dampness that clung to everything. Like a really thick, it stayed the whole day kind of mist. It's weird.
It's been kind of like that here, but it was chilly. It was gray and rainy for a few days. And then today it's beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know, in the 70s and sunny. It's really nice. So.
Yeah, that's what the weather does. It goes up and down just now. It just up and down, up and down.
Because for a couple of weeks we lost our fall and it went like straight into like a winter, it's around right above freezing. So, okay.
Yeah, it just keeps bobbing around here. It depends on all them storms that keep forming.
Okay, let me tag Sam. I see your post now, Sunday. So I'm gonna tag Sam in the comments so we can tell him. Hang on a second.
Sunday. It looks like, yeah. Did you find it? So you found it, so you can.
Yes, I sure did. I'm tagging Sam just so we don't lose it. 2 suns in our sky.
That Bridget lady said is noticing how we seem to be more tipped, and how she also wondered if you see the system differently in the north and the south hemispheres. That's a good question.
I'm back. When the second star got here, all the normal planets tipped axis, and our axis tipped. And we followed that progression over the years as well with the true magnetic north pole changes as well. And axis tip and magnetic north are not always the same.
Sorry. Bear with me a second. I'm going to copy this real quick.
It's a big post they sent. A big video.
Yeah, to help
Okay.
a girl get dinner real fast.
In that video, he's asking about. I'm going to see if I can get it added to. I might be able to pull it up on here in just a second. So bear with me.
No, work your magic, Rebecca.
I know. See if I can figure it out. I think no. I was like, I think I can do this.
No, it's like me with the machines today.
Usually YouTube videos are easy. Let's try it one more way. Oh, I know what it is. I feel confident.
Now I'm really curious to see what it is.
I know. It's kind of like, boy, that was slow. Okay. I'm curious on your end if you're getting like lagging. Is my video lagging to you guys?
I see your mouth moving, but
No,
the
not
words
to
don't
me.
seem to match.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I'm having trouble with lagging today. So
I sometimes have it a lot, so I just kind of get used to it. I just figure it's because of the fact that I've moved out away from the signals, the strong area signals. But
right.
the provider that I'm with says they don't do Wi-Fi, but they say you can buy like a portable Wi-Fi now. I've
Portable
seen it on
Wi-Fi.
a portable Wi-Fi device on Amazon. Yeah.
What does
Not
that
that
do
I've
for
got
you?
money for that. I've got no idea. I was just going to Google it. I just heard about it.
Oh, so what? Okay, I see what you're saying. See,
Yeah.
like your cell phone service comes with data. So wherever you go, you have internet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I
So
figured.
I didn't really need it. That's why I thought, well,
Yeah.
the contract that I've paid for is really not getting used as much back then as it is now. And I still haven't, well, I better not say it too loud because just now they'll see me on freaking YouTube and start charging me.
I don't know if you heard that or not. I was sitting here playing the Jeopardy theme song in the background, waiting for Rebecca to figure out where
I
she was
know.
going with.
I really am trying. I was wanting
Hey,
to
you
make
know,
this happen.
I ran up to the producer's room and tried to do something, but it didn't work well. Anyway,
I wanted
yeah,
Sam to see it.
it does leave room for improvement with the members who are participating in the live show. We could actually have a few more accessories to play with, but I guess we don't.
Sure. Hmm. Well,
And that's
Sam,
why
I did
recorded
text
shows are
you.
so much. Sometimes, in some cases, are actually better than live.
Sometimes, yeah. I was gonna say I tagged you in that video, Sam, that I'm trying to get pulled up. It's just not happening. Not sure.
On Facebook tag.
It's lagging on Kaylee's end, she says. But we will get you
Yeah, I saw
an
your hand
answer.
raised there for a second,
It's frustrating me. I've not had that trouble
and
at
I'm
all.
hearing the lag. Talking.
Yeah, you can hear it.
I'll keep working on it. If I can get it to pull up, I will. But he is
You mean
wanting
the
some
old video
answers.
2018?
Do
Is that
what?
the one you're talking about? Is old video
No,
2018?
Son D sent me. He joined my group, and then he shared a video, a YouTube link, and it goes to his YouTube channel under Son D. Anyway, I tagged you in that video, Sam, so you can click on it. It's about the rays that we see when the planets are just directly above, kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Those
Okay.
rays.
I'm looking now.
Yeah.
I found 5 minutes ago. Two
Yeah.
suns in our sky, blue Kachina.
Yeah. That's the video.
Okay.
checking to
Yeah.
see if there's any other way I can.
Well, I've seen it, so it's
So
it's a probably an underplanet illumination. Um, as far as we know, the two stars have not separated. That could have occurred without our knowledge, but current pictures are still showing the red object behind the yellow object, so that's been pretty prevalent. I would say you're looking at a past Earth planet bottom illumination.
hmm,
No, I haven't seen it, so I'll have to go look for
I
it.
know. I
Is
would
it
like.
on Nibiru followers now?
It
Well, I can
is.
probably hand you a copy of it real easy. Let's see.
Yeah. I'll try it one more time and see if I can get the link for it.
I'm just trying to find your name, Gillian, so I can tag it to you.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
Oh, I think I got it, guys. Now, keep trying. Okay. Let's try it. All right, let me load it. Hope it's there. Oh, that's not it. Never mind. Don't pay attention. This is not it. Grab the wrong one.
Oh, look at that.
That wasn't it, though.
I know, it's pretty too.
Um,
Good eye candy.
here it is.
It's way down, way over there. You see that? Full 180 degrees. If those rays were coming from our sun, they wouldn't pinpoint right there. That's impossible.
The side face of the planet.
That's another light source.
Planet illumination.
I'm telling
Past
you,
Earth.
I don't have to tell you. You can see it. You can see it. That's
You can
ultraviolet.
see it because they're past Earth into the light, and that's what he's seeing. And if you notice, the intensity of the illumination is not star bright. It's planet face illumination bright.
Wow. Cool.
Sunlight looked this.
I'm glad we got an answer for
That's
him.
another sun
Lovely.
in the sky, people. Look, same rays are
Just
coming
like
out
that
from
side
up there.
illumination of Uri.
Everything's spreading that
And that
way.
could even be
that
Uri.
way. This one's
Right.
even brighter.
If the sun sets
So-
in the west, where is Uri? We don't often, see it as well. It should be anywhere to the left of the sun like normal. But if it's, farther up to the north, its point of view, that could even be the site of Saru for all we know. But I'd have to spend some time looking at it. But yeah, that's not sun bright. That's planet face illumination bright.
So he's asking what's causing the rays. I believe that's what he's asking.
The edge of the planet face.
Uh-huh.
And on the left-hand side, that where it's most intensely white is the edge of the planet, and the rest goes below in the horizon line. And that's why it's doing that flare cutoff, because it is actually shining off a refractive light from that sun, which is on the other side across the sky. And that refractive light is flaring off of the fact that it's directly on the opposite side of it.
Hmm.
It's like we've got pictures of
Great.
Uri where it look
That's
just
true.
like that, where it's just the side of the planet base is illuminated.
Yeah. That's kind of exciting. I mean,
Yeah, well, we know
It's-
they're going by, and here's a person that is seeing an illuminated something off in the distant sky, away from sunset in the east. or the opposite, if sunrise and I'm wrong. And then this is something illuminating in the opposite direction of the sky, which shows you that there's a body there that's being illuminated.
Wow. Yeah, there's
They
a
are
lot of
there.
times where, yeah, I see a lot of videos where people are showing evening illuminations somewhere in the east, whether it's southeast or northeast, but opposite almost of our sun. But I know it
Well,
varies on what it's
we're
causing
under
it, but
several large planets floating above us at sunset, and
yeah,
we're starting to face away from the star, our star. So it's turning to night, and then we're going to be seeing the planets' side faces just before we won't see them at all, because we're going to be facing away from them as the night progresses. And only when they are past Earth will we see bottom illuminations at night.
okay. So his next question is the blue Kachina Ra. Is that related to what we're talking about, the blue
Well,
Kachina?
the Kachinas come from the Native American Indian, the Aztecs, and the Incan belief systems. And I believe the Kachinas were long ago called literally 2009, 2010, 2011, when the first planets started coming in, and we could see the red star and the blue star and the green star and all these things that looked what we thought were stars, but they turned out to be the planets. And the Kachinas were long ago called.
They were what? Long ago?
Called as in being sighted.
Oh,
And that was in the early years of 2011, 2012.
so is the blue Kachina, did you tell me is it Nibiru or what is it comparable to?
Well, blue was believed to be Matim, and red
Okay,
was believed to be Isatim.
Matim. Okay,
I mean, you got to remember that the archetypes of planet identification have been handed over to the known planets after a certain age, where people have rewritten information over and over again. So you can't take hardly any name documentation archetype for granted.
right.
And it's and even in symbols of the alien skies, and countless movies about, or excuse me, YouTube videos about the Anunnaki and all of this, and they're handing out these god names and these archetypes, and then, well, but many say, oh, it's Saturn, and see, then they're immediately wading into that pie of known planets, and then they're trying to give you a description of what they know, and it's completely misleading. Because if you take into account the binary solar system and the planetary count, then all of a sudden the stuff inside the Colburn Bible starts to make sense, and Egyptian
Yeah.
lore and Sumerian lore, and even including some Northern Germanic tribal lore and all that. So you got to take a little dab of this and a little dab of that, and when it all fits together and it all matches, well, then you've got the answer. And by taking the regular planet archetypes into account, which is what most human information unfortunately does, can be highly misaligning and misinformative. So
I always wonder, like, how much of any of what we're told is true. I mean, there's just so much questionable, but
well, I watch
I
stuff.
just trust what I see more than anything.
I'll watch, and when I can't take anymore, I'll turn it off. When
Right.
when they tell me misnomer after assumption, and then I'm going, this isn't science, this is conjecture. And that's unfortunately most of what I see. Every once in a while they come out, there's a real new cool video on the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, and and I'll watch into it, and disappointed yet again. And then every once in a while, I'll find some information that I didn't know that that's laid out properly without assumptions and declarations. And then they show examples of archaeological pieces I'd never seen before, or tablets or whatever, and I even have the breakdown, but you literally have to somehow translate cuneiform into Greek and then back into English. So that's a long process. So I haven't personally spent any time trying to translate them myself. And that's literally the only way that you can get all the information, is to actually translate everything for yourself, or take
Yeah, you'd
somebody
have to sit there for ages though with all
yeah,
that
or
stuff. I
take
mean, it's
somebody's point of
possible.
view for it, and then you have to weigh that. It's like, do I want to listen to this guy and believe what he's telling me? So, and that's where we take the carved tablets and the pictographs, and how when they fit, and then the crop circles mix in and they fit, and this other stuff fits, and all this other stuff fits, and it works well, and the planetary count works, then you're right. And we did that.
Yeah, it's a great big picture now. So I bet it's still unfinished. There's still bits all over the place.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, there is stuff that we can't even imagine as well. It's like when
there's
you,
yeah,
yeah,
I don't know, that base cloud picture that we got in last week. Wow, I can't even imagine where we're going from there. If we see that
which
again,
base cloud picture? Which one?
oh, it's like a Nepesity snorkel. It's like a Attu snail foot, but it has like 6 internal rotational noodle-like cores that touch the ground. And I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. And it almost looks machine, or Fibonacci sequence involved. And it's just like, wow.
Perfect shapes and
Yeah,
nature
it's just
shapes.
unbelievable. And we'd never, ever, 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 ever seen in 13 years of submissions, have we ever seen anything like this.
So it's not CGI.
Wow. Well, we got what?
Mhm.
5, 6
AI.
series? Was there about 6
AI,
pictures?
yeah.
Or was there 4 or 3? How many did you saw them? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I think I remember that one. Wasn't it Isatum?
Yeah, and I was thinking it was the yellow moon and coming into a close pass, and it dumped out this base cloud that we've never seen the likes of it. And
wow.
No, I've
something
never
similar
seen it like
in space from the side of Isatum between the yellow moon and it, that's somewhat similar patterns, and it's very flame-like. And we've always known about the flame-like side cloud patterns of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon, but this was actually reaching to Earth and causing a snail foot or a drop core like effect of a close pass. And we've never ever.
Where's that now? Is it in Montana Skywatcher?
I've got a copy of it in my files. I'd have to go find it, but yeah, I got a couple of copies of it, and we've never seen the likes of that. So, we're in strange country here with this very, very close pass of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon at the size it is. The last time we saw it in 214, 215, 216, 217, it was passing by. It was small. It was, there it is. Okay, it's in front of its Saru at that time. And then it just sort of went backwards and away and up towards the back of the sun, and then went over the sun, and then ended up in front with Nibiru in 2018 and 19. And then it was terribly small. And now it is massive mass, big, huge. And we got to, over the last couple of months, we got to see the Saturn's yellow moon get huge and bigger, and dumping big ion tail all the way across the sky from east to west. And it was really, really cool. Or I should say from west to east. And then that big sunset that I saw, I've never seen such a red sunset in my entire life. And it went overhead, and I was fortunate enough to be out there for that half hour that it lasted. And then these pictures came in, and I'm just going, whoa. So we are, you know, every day's a new, wonderful, intense roller coaster of, oh my God, here we go. So I can't wait to see what's next. Knock on wood.
Yeah,
I
as long
know.
as it don't big ass
I
rain
know.
all over us. Rain or
Well, look,
snow.
look at the excruciating storms that are hitting Europe, you know, and then we'll see what next week says, you know,
Yeah.
and next month, and how our winter weather goes with this super El Nino, and they're talking all these new strange odd conditions that we've never heard of, and I don't know whose science they're producing, but
Mm.
So Brigitte has a question about the difference between the northern hemisphere and the southern. I guess what she means is what we're able to see. And then she also backs that up. She says, and what is your thought on the North Pole and South Pole? Has the Earth tilted at some point? She feels it has.
yeah,
Changed position.
we talked about that about a half hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth is tipped.
Okay.
We're no longer in Kansas anymore, Toto. You're not where you used to be on the side of the planet from your brain association.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
We're we're pilgrims in a strange country, in a new climate, in a new foreign behavior pattern. It's all going to be different. Nothing that, I mean, you can grow crops you never used to grow, and crops you used to grow are not going to grow for you, which is what's going on in South America right now, and why the Amazon River is drying up, and the Panama Canal and the Mississippi River. And last year it was all the major rivers all over the entire planet. We're not in Kansas anymore. And this is why I always say you were warned. I mean, I talked about this shit coming for a decade. And here we are, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'd start rethinking how we do things.
Right. How much of the storms and everything is because of the tilt, or how much of it is because of the planets passing close? Does that make sense?
Both. They're
Both.
linked. It's
Yeah.
both. They're both. It's intermittent, interwoven in the all. Because we're tipped, our weather, because there's the extra star, it's boiling off our water, so our fresh water supply is boiling off at a higher rate. And anyone who doubts that, just go out at noon o'clock.
Yeah.
Go out at noon tomorrow, no matter how warm or cold it is outside, and then look up at the sun and let the sun shine in your face, and you tell me that's normal, because it will burn. So
Right.
It's not normal. It's not normal.
I was gonna. We
And
haven't
it's boiling
showed this today, so
this extra boil off of water is causing the low pressure, high pressure, cold fronts, hot fronts. When they meet and clash, it's causing all this supreme extreme weather. And I mean, wind speeds are off the charts, off of normal. I mean, we left normal about 6-8 years ago. When the Gulf, when in 2010, when the Gulf Stream died, and it changed and dropped off for like 3 years until it started recirculating again. That should have been a strong warning to the entire planet.
which event was that, Sam?
The Gulf Stream in the Gulf of Mexico stopped its normal rotation underwater, and it changed, and the flow and the jet stream and everything, and they're chalking it up to El Nino and this and that, but they didn't really know, and
Yeah.
And then they're talking about the magnetic changes, and so scientists don't really know, because, and then you've got all these separate fields talking about it, but they don't realize it's all interlinked. It's all connected. And so they all have the answer right.
Okay. That makes sense.
When we're bypassing, or when we're passing through this other system, we're directly electrically connected and affected, for both good and bad, and we're all feeling it in our bodies. We're all suffering from levels of stress we've never experienced. Body joints, aches. We can not do things the way we used to do them. Suddenly we're wondering, how come we run out of wind so easy and so fast? things can be very confusing. You can also get very ill-tempered out of the blue and wonder why. And that's because all this stuff is affecting us, including our economy and everything else, because everything's reflective of everything and everything's connected to everything.
Everybody thinks everything's separate, and they're separate, and we're not. Everything's so connected that you just don't realize it. Hope some people are learning now.
Thank you, Bridget and Cindy. And
Yeah, we got Cindy
Mary.
with us. Hey, Cindy. And
Tuna.
she left us a nice compliment about how good job we're doing. So I appreciate that.
I was just sitting here pondering how many people are actually listening to us, and whether or not
Yeah.
I'm being droll and boring and continuing on and on and on. Ramble on, man.
A few dozen.
Yeah, at least I'm not.
How many are there now?
It was about 6. So I know it's getting late for you.
Yeah, I might just
Gillian.
conk out any minute.
So
Facebook user Audrey from Pretoria.
I know. Well, it is like midnight.
El Nino is real. But what they're talking, it's the bottom question on Facebook user.
Oh, shame, I don't even see her yet.
Yeah, that one. And I've never believed in that mumbo jumbo about El Nino. Yeah, El Nino is a direct condition, definitely. It's when the surface temperature and the underwater temperature at the central band of our planet, the water temperature rises up, and then it affects weather to act and react in opposite manners. It changes the jet stream, it changes moisture ratio that moves from here to there and there to here. And then you almost have a backward flow, which is exactly what's been going on for a lot longer than what they're calling this El Nino. And now they're calling it a super El Nino because this event has been going on and going backwards for many years, and they didn't call it except they had another other choice, because now we're running a triple band jet stream instead of a dual band jet stream. And normally we have a 2-band jet stream. And in an El Nino season, the southwestern jet stream drops lower down into the Baja region and becomes part of that normal El Nino. But now we have 3 jet streams in that area. So that is the pariah in what they're trying to tell us is happening. And yet there is more happening than what they're telling us is happening. I hope that answered your question.
More to it, more than that. Yeah, they're just leaving some of it off for.
They're telling us some of the stuff to explain why the weather is doing this on the Weather Channel and why the computer graphic models do this, but they're not telling you, like, for instance, the example of that storm that was coming into the UK. I knew 2 days ahead of time they were in deep shit by looking at the barometric pressure, because I looked it up. And they didn't warn people, and then all of a sudden, boom, overnight that storm hit France, and they didn't tell people ahead of time, that I found. Now maybe my reports on YouTube were slow and nobody posted them until hours after the storm, whatever, but I didn't find any early news reels saying, hey, look out, people in the coast of France and Portugal, this and the south of England, this big ass storm is coming. They didn't tell anybody that I know of. I could be wrong, but
I don't think I remember anything. I know that they said a second one was coming after Babette. And now there's another one after Kieran.
Yeah.
Ciaran, or whatever it's called.
It's spelled Ciaran.
Ciaran, yeah.
Ciaran.
Ciaran.
Yeah.
Kieran. You know, when they name them, when you name a storm, it's because there's a barometric pressure there that is of great importance. And, you know, it's a hurricane, but they're not going to tell you they called it a bomb cyclone. And what's another term for cyclone? Hurricane, you know.
Cindy wants to know about pole shift. Is that, I know you've covered
this
before.
Well, we've already tipped, and we don't know when the planets leave and the extra stars leave. We don't know where we're going to end up at, if we're going to snap back to where we were or what. I do not believe in a full pole shift. A full pole shift only occurs 14 to 15 times in approximately 6 billion years. So therefore, the percentage chances of that reoccurring into a full pole shift are very, very slim. But I believe, as we've already spoken here earlier tonight, that we are already tipped and we're already facing the sun at a different angle of refraction, which is partially why we're having the drought boil-off situation, because our planet face is tipped at a different angle to the direct sunlight, which is continuing on past summer and now into fall. And it's still doing it. And this is why some people are asking why the stars don't look correctly, because Earth is tipped more than our normal winter. And it may yet onset. We might go into our normal fall winter orbit. And that's when we're actually closer to our star during winter than we are during summer. But it has to do with our facial axis tip ratio towards the sun and how the planet orb receives it and where, at which hemisphere. And that dictates the difference between winter and summer on our planet.
Have you noticed where it seems like we're just having mostly summer or mostly winter, like we're losing all our seasons?
They've been muddled, and of course a lot of that has to do with the moisture in the jet stream. But actually right now we're moving into summer down on Antarctica, and this is when they're supposed to have their light, but usually they're supposed to be dark for a period of time. And I need somebody to look that up for me, because I haven't apparently taken the time, and I need to do it as well. The periods of darkness down in the South Pole have been drastically altered, and people.
Oh, we can Google that.
Yeah, good. People don't take that into account. Find out when is it dark on Antarctica? What part of the year? When is the season from when to when?
See what it says.
And that was also part of what exposed Nibiru to us, is because it wasn't dark down there when it was supposed to be for a couple of years. That was back when we were still watching the Newmeyer station videos and stuff nonstop, and when we knew it was rising from down. That's why the SETI thing went off in Australia, so they could have the first views of it coming in from their observatory that they built down there for that project. Dr. Harris, all those people.
Winter in Antarctica, it is dark all of the time. In the Antarctic summer, between January and March, when there is plenty of daylight, 24 hours a day. In September, the sun rises and then doesn't set again until March.
So literally from March till January, it's supposed to be dark on Antarctica, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's not been for many years.
January, February, March. January, February, and March is when there's plenty of daylight hours, but you say there's not.
Well, there's a period of time where Antarctica is in absolute darkness for a long period of time. I just didn't remember exactly when it was. We looked it up, a decade ago, and I can't remember exactly what, that's just one of those things that got lost in my memory. But I know at one point in time it was supposed to be. And we were watching it during that time when in 2011 and 12, and that's what sparked, a huge part of the interest in watching the Antarctic webcams, because we knew something was wrong. And that's all of a sudden, boom, and then we saw these larger planets that we didn't expect. We expected those little dots in the sky to be out there, there's a thing. I think it's got rings. I can't tell you. It's too small. But no, that's not what happened. They just came up and boom, there they were. It was like, holy shit, look at that. And it took forever to imagine that anything could be that big. And then we lived through the next couple of years, and I went, okay, we're still alive. It didn't crash into us or any of this crazy shit. And then we started, documenting all of the repelling lightning storms and where we actually got those early pictures of the planets discharging off of each other and then actually discharging up off of us. Remember those combination planet shots years ago, Rebecca? Were you here yet, or
Of
oh,
what
we
was
had
that again? Combination?
we had shots where Yuri discharged to Atu, which discharged to the lead asteroid or the asteroid
Oh,
object
yeah.
cluster group, and then discharged to Earth. And we had
Really?
numerous of those, and those were the early where some of the early drawings came from. Was
Yeah.
these, and that's what kind of pointed out that they were asteroids, because we were seeing these discharges jumping from close proximity planets, and more than just one, and they were leaping from planet to planet, and then it would discharge off that center mass, and that mass would start illuminating and glowing, and then it would discharge off of Earth, and it was just like, oh, look, a capacitor. And you know
Hmm.
and that's what
Wow.
led me to start looking more and more and deeper what the lead asteroid, and how we know they're self-illuminating on numerous sightings, and were illuminated many years when they were teeny tiny in the background shots of hundreds, if not thousands, of sightings that gathered my attention, going, what the hell is that dot all the time I keep seeing over the left here? And I saw it for so long that I started paying attention to it, and lo and behold, behind it were the planets.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Because it was so bright that you paid more attention to that bright dot that was putting off this, diamond star sapphire shaft of light off in the left of regular
Yeah.
normal people's shots. And I'm going, God, what is that? What is that? And the normal shot, normal sky. We're looking for stuff. Early days of Montana Skywatcher, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden, wham, they were here. And it was just how fast all of that took place was spooky. Or I was just not seeing them as well as I could have. And they were, closer than I anticipated. And then, 2010, 2011, then the second star and all of that crap. And then 2012 is when we saw most of the major sightings of Nibiru and Saru and Yuri in the northern hemisphere, up here from normal people shots up here, that we were talking to in the United. I'm sorry for saying normal people, but I mean the United States.
Normal.
my normal area of people. I had to catch myself. Yeah, normal people, and the rest of you aren't. No, no.
Well, there are the rest of us.
Normal local folks, etc., were able to also take into.
Yeah, well, they see that something's different, that something's happening, and they're just maybe just, oh, it's so frustrating. They're on the verge of, they would want to wake up if they knew, but that when they hear the other stuff going on, then they're too terrified and just climb back inside get their ostrich head and stick it back down again, like, whoa, back down we go. Yep. Let's not stay awake too long. Like, oh.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Here's
I
a
see, well.
question, Sam. They're asking for your opinion. It says
In South
Facebook user.
Africa?
Yeah, I'm trying to get pulled up. It's
South
lagging.
Africa is currently cooler right now from normal, because we talked about this in last week's show also. The South Pole jet stream has expanded in size, and the cold ice weather that comes off the normal part of Antarctica that goes around it has expanded in size, and it will directly affect Australian weather, South America weather, and South Africa weather. And you can go to quite a few sites and see the South Pole weather and how it rotates around and how it affects your weather as well. And that's why it's gotten cooler.
Okay. That you're talking about this question here from Facebook user, right?
Yep.
Being cooler.
Is this a new person? Is this another new person from South Africa?
Facebook user.
Or is it Audrey?
No name.
They're just asking.
That's when Australia's weather changed about 2 years ago, and they've been dealing with some spooky stuff going on there. That's where they had their floods and their fires and all this other stuff. because their climate change changed because of the jet stream around Antarctica, and it vastly expanded from anything I'd ever seen before. Not that I'm the tell all, but I did, watch it pretty regularly for the longest time, and then all of a sudden it was much bigger than I remember it being. So I imagine there's a huge weather effect going on.
I bet. Just
We'll have to
melting
start going to bed because I have work tomorrow. So
Yeah.
okay. I know, girl. Well, Sam, do you want to go ahead and end the show here?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Is that okay with you? Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to do marathons all the time.
Every time. It's kind of like a marathon. We've almost gone 5
I always
hours.
feel sad that I miss the rest of it because I'm like, oh man, he might say something juicy when I've gone to sleep. I'll never get another chance to hear it because
No.
life is so busy, like I'm sitting here going, yes, well, I got a house now, but that's 2
Yeah.
more miles down the street. So you have to get
I'll
up that
pull-
mile early.
I'll pull the
Oh.
internet voice. The answer lies in the next episode of Citizen
That's
Science Report.
Oh, that's cool, Sam. Say that again.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, we'll go ahead and close here, and we should be back Tuesday evening with Jesus and probably Sam, and maybe Zane. I'm working on scheduling for Zane Berry to
Look
be with
forward
Oh,
us.
that'd be cool. I'd love to hear him talk as well.
Yeah,
That'd be
right.
awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know him and Jesus had talked about doing a show a long time ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
See, a lot of us were all chittering away to the people that we all felt drawn to.
Uh-huh.
It's
And
just
we
that
need
it
to also
depends.
start thinking about looking at some other sister Facebook sites that might be on the edge that might want to be let in, but they of course will have to contact us.
Yeah, there must be other people sort of burgeoning on the, we can do this.
If we could, branching out and,
Mhm.
making that much more well known. So, but okay, then, well, I'll go ahead and end the stream here, and everyone have a good rest of your evening. And we will chat again here in just a few days, probably Tuesday evening at 9:00 is Central
Okay.
Time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And
Thanks for joining us. It was fun. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Sam.
All right.
All right. We'll talk again soon here in a few days.
Good night.
You too.
Okay,
Sleep
bye-bye,
tight. Well,
everybody.
you can go and have lunch now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.